9. Lord, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Happy Monday morning. First on the agenda is to approve the minutes of October 9th as written.
Also move.
Moved by me, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I will abstain. I was absent. Motion carries. Miscellaneous motions. Moved to authorize direct chairman to sign CP2 payroll notice for Justice
I'm stuck on that one myself.
Kimmer, maybe? K-E-M-M. Kimmerer. Corrections 1, jail officer, new hire from wage classification 30-01 with the wage starting of $18.36 effective 9/12/23 or 10/12/23. Sorry.
I'll move.
Moved by McCurry,
I'll second.
seconded by Meeks. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Next is move to authorize direct chairman to sign an annual application for the Kansas Department of Transportation grant letter for COF Training Services, Inc.
So moved.
Moved by Thompson. I'll second. Knight.
This is an annual
Yep.
application. Here, something.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Next is authorize direct chairman to sign letter of support for matching funds for Coffee County Transportation through the Kansas Department of Transportation.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hughton, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion?
Is that just a yearly thing?
Yeah.
All right.
They both are, yeah.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. 10:10, that concludes our miscellaneous motions. Just signature.
You want me to holler at those guys out there? The next area.
Next area, yeah, might as well.
Yeah, I got that too, the office.
You say you've been in discussion with KDOT on those drawings for the widening.
Let me
I want to
just
get up
sign
with you later on
in
that.
real quick.
Morning, gentlemen.
Yep.
Morning.
So I'm hiding those there. Mhm.
Morning, Wade.
Are you ready?
Easy for me to forget. We went from having one person in the room to having a packed house. 9:05 is Next Era Energy Transmission, Luke Hagedorn.
Yes, sir.
You are up.
Yeah, my name is Luke Hagedorn. I'm an attorney with Polsinelli, and I've joined here by quite a few folks from Next Era Energy Transmission, and Kirkham Michael, who's going to be the road engineers for the project as well. So, introduce you to Nick Furr, who's going to give you a walkthrough of where the project currently is and next steps, and sort of how we'd like to get the road use agreement looked at. Going forward.
Do you have with a display, or I can just talk to it too, whatever's easiest?
Well, we hope it's easy going up to the big screen, but
We try.
Some yes,
You
some no.
know.
Depends on the
This is
place.
into,
Oh, no, that's
actually, you can try to link up to that, but try.
Is it Bluetooth?
And we'll be able to send you copies of these slides after.
Yeah. Nothing's popped up, yeah. Maybe go to that ain't what I want. Well, we'll send these out, we've sent some of these slides out before. Alright, so like Luke said, my name's Dick Furr, I'm the project director for NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest. So about a little over a year ago, SPP put out a bid for a solicitation for a transmission project. So SPP is kind of the local transmission authority in this region, made up of multiple states, throughout Kansas, Oklahoma. There's about 14 states all included within the SPP territory. So basically, the SPP's job is to study the reliability and long-term growth of the regions that they oversee for long-term growth, transmission needs, power generation, where the electrons need to go, basically, to ensure reliable service throughout these areas. So they put out a solicitation, NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest, bid on it. We were successfully won the project. So we were here probably 6-7 months ago, talking with you all about the project and getting approved. Well, as of May of this year, we went through the whole KCC line siting approval. We ultimately were successful. KCC approved the project and the current routing it is. So the routing that we submitted, KCC studied it, they looked at it, had a couple minor changes, a couple requests. Ultimately, out of that, though, the line was approved and the routing was finalized. So in the interest of that, what we're doing is, now that we've got the approval, everything's good, so now we're working with all the counties to finalize permitting, road use agreements, just everything that's needed for the project to be constructed, as well as finalizing all landowner negotiations and getting all the land locked up. So what we're trying to do here today is, with Kirk and Michael's support, they've met with your road folks to basically study all the routes we're going to be using, all the haul routes, where we're going to be moving materials, where we're going to be, offloading everything, what roads we're going to be using, and the impacts that we could potentially have to that. So out of that, Wade and Luke have been working through the actual standard language agreements, and Kirk and Michael has done the evaluation. So we're just kind of want to give you all an update, get you comfortable with what we're going to do, the next steps for the road use agreements, and really answer any questions you may have. But the biggest thing we're targeting right now is tree clearing activities is the first step to this project, which is going to happen November 15th of this year is the target date. What county that we're starting in, we don't know quite yet. We're finishing our bid process with our tree clearing contractors and then determine, based on the agreements, what parcels we have, contiguous right of way, kind of up to them on where they want to start. So as soon as I have that final information, that will be provided of, this is how we're going to start and which counties we're going to go and which direction we're going to head. Ideally, most likely we'll start in Coffee County and move south, but it could go the other way. So timing will be different. So that'll be communicated the second we have that finalized. And what we'll provide to you after this is, and I think Ryan has a copy of it, is all the impacted roads by map, kind of GIS location, so you can kind of have a good sense of what roads are being impacted where we're at. But the biggest message is, like for tree clearing, we're going to haul equipment into the right-of-way, and basically we're staying on the private right-of-way as much as humanly possible. So when they clear trees, the right-of-way easements that we've acquired, they're basically going to just drive those right-of-ways, clear trees all through that way. So the road impacts are really just material deliveries and some equipment deliveries. After that, we stay on the right-of-way as much as humanly possible. There may be some instances where we have to go around for crossing reasons or what have you, but the idea is to minimize the impact on private roads as much as humanly possible. So that's kind of the biggest construction step. So a lot of tree clearing this year, some material deliveries. We're actually back here next week for special use permit for a laydown yard, so there'll be a laydown yard on one of the private residents. But other than that, I mean, it's just trying to, the point of the road use agreement is to make sure that we're good neighbors and make sure that we're good partners within this project. Our goal, you know, is to leave the roads in the same, if not better condition than we leave them. So, you know, we don't want to make you unhappy because it doesn't help us in the long term. We want to have this as a long-term relationship. So it's in our best interest to make sure that what we use is kept up to standard and repaired if it need be, depending on whatever damage is caused during the process. So with that, any questions I have, I got Kirk and Michael folks for a lot of the detailed questions as you have them.
Yeah, you said something about land acquisition, is that pretty well done, as far as acquiring the land?
Yeah, so right now we have 80% of the entire route acquired. We've got another 10% that's in legal reviews. There's a few that we're having to take the legal method, ideally, and mostly that's because they've refused to even talk to us. But we've worked with a lot of the landowners now on some pole spotting moves, make them comfortable with, you know,
Sure.
get it out of their, in a certain spot within their land to make sure that, like, Coffee County alone, we're at over 80%. There's like 7 tracks remain, and a lot of those are still in, you know, they have certain language requirements they want in the easements. Everybody has a little bit different opinion on it, so.
I'm just.
Yes.
How many miles of line are in Coffee County?
You're looking at, I just had that, let me pull that up. It is 10 miles.
Okay.
So we have 9 of it already secured.
Okay. So yeah, no matter how hard you try, you're still gonna cross the roads, you know?
Yes.
With your equipment and everything.
Yes.
You know, I'm not trusting that you won't take care of that, but I mean, there's no way for you to stay on your right of way, because you're gonna have to cross county roads.
Correct.
To come to it.
Yeah, but I think the message is like, it's not like every day you're gonna have these county road, all of them hit all the time.
Right.
It's more sporadic than like a wind farm would be, for example, where they're constantly delivering blades down the road. We try to stay the right of way as much. I mean, you're at a crossroads, right? But it's minimal.
Okay.
Do you reload everything and bring it back across the road, or you just like put something over the road and track over?
It typically will map where we need to track over it, because it's inefficient to try to reload these things back in the truck and unload them.
Which is gonna save the traffic of the heavy equipment going down the road.
Yeah. So we map where we need to, we cross where we need to. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that, Tanner, but.
Yeah, usually timber matting is what we see, they put down.
That's it.
And use that to go over, put down in the county ditch and over the road, and then usually with a transmission line, there's not a lot of issues when they try. Wind farm side may be a different story, maybe timber matting plus a couple foot fill, but transmission line. Big.
What's the width of your right of way?
150 feet?
It did go out to 150.
Yes.
I know when we were down to Iowa for a meeting or two, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at that time, you know, you knew where it was gonna be. What's about the average, payment that you've made to these producers out there per acre?
It's all dependent on the negotiation. It varies quite a bit by acre.
Is it very substantially?
Not substantially, no. Just to get some final deals, we probably have to pay a little bit more here or there, but, and there's certain situations that are different where it's like, I'm cutting right across your farm field, so maybe a little bit more flexible in negotiations on that versus I'm on the tree line on the side of the road.
So it's not one size fits?
No, it's not. We have kind of a standard number that we start with.
Sure, and then negotiate from that.
Negotiate from that and then try to work on pole spotting to minimize that. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I would rather do a 100% deal. It's just cleaner, smoother, everybody's happier. Is that sometimes in a perfect world, it doesn't always work.
Sure.
But we are doing our hardest to try to accommodate.
I'm sure you are.
We've had some bad experiences in the past on other projects that just, it doesn't do us any good. It doesn't do the landowners any good.
Is there any eminent domain being filed?
A little bit. We're trying to minimize the percentage. A lot of it just stems around 0. They will not even talk to us, communicate with us. So what we've ended up doing is we've had to file, and then that actually brings them to the table, and we can work on a negotiation at that point. It's really just, we have certain scheduled milestones we have to hit, and so it's like, in order to hit those, I have to file at least, come to the table and talk, and then let's come to an agreement. But we've gotten away from a lot of it that we thought we might have had to file just based on getting them in the room finally, and having conversations and working on full spotting. It helps.
And you said that was over around Zurich?
Did that again?
Where'd you say that was at?
It's sporadic throughout the,
Okay.
yeah.
None of it in Coffee County?
Not to my recollection, yep.
Wait.
What was your question?
Eminent domain?
The condemnation action?
Yeah, whatever.
So I believe there are two pending in
okay.
Coffee County.
Oh, okay.
They're filed in the district court.
And I'd have to look up the individuals, because I think
Yeah, I mean,
some
that's
of them
not-
have come to the table.
So Ryan's also involved in this process too. And Ryan's sitting right behind you, the back corner, on the road use agreement. Ryan, do you wanna?
Well, that's fine, yeah, we've been working on this, like with Kirk and Michael here, we had a meeting a while back. And so we're just working through a few of the details, there's a few structures, that they're kinda classifying as the critical stages, so there's gonna be some replacements there. So just working through some details on who's gonna be, if the county wants to do that and get reimbursed for it, or if they're gonna hire a contractor to do that. There's just one structure, I think, maybe, redoing the top on a structure, and then a couple culvert replacements. And then there's we've identified some, about a dozen culverts that are in really bad shape that, I don't know if they'll need to be replaced prior to the project, or if they may just plate them, or, so just waiting on some details like that. Let's see, what else, that's the gist of it, working through some of the details on that. Maybe some of the inspection side of it, we've been talking about maybe, we might need to hire some sort of inspector on behalf of the county, or if we can do that with our forces, we're still working through those details, but that would be something that would possibly be reimbursed. So just, that, and then the road inventory, they've done the structures, waiting on getting some information back. I think they've been coring some roads maybe, or we're in the process of gonna get together on some of that stuff, just to basically identify what the state that our current roads are in. I mean, that's what we want. We want our roads to be back in the current condition, at least.
Typically, we go and like videotape the road. We have a Garmin 360, so it sees like a full 360 degrees. It's pretty cool. And while you're watching the video, you can like drag the video around and look at everything. And sometimes videos, there's so much you can see. Usually I keep the guys driving 10 miles an hour. If you drive too fast, to come in, you can't really see stuff. So we actually also get out, I always say, like, we drive the roads and take pictures, or look at the crown and all that stuff. He mentioned the culvert pipes, so we'll take good pictures of those. But you guys, you're more than welcome to come with our guys, ride around with them, do whatever you want, my guys are up in Republic County on another transmission line. We'll be freeing up here in a week or two, and then we'll be getting with you.
So I think probably the next step on the road evaluation is just getting the cores of the roads, and basically that can just be simply a motor grader cutting in and seeing how much gravel's there, so we can document it. Along with Kirk and Michael, we would be a part of that, and we also have been are gonna full video our own roads too. But, just getting a few of those details ironed out and put in place, is our next step, so.
And all those videos and pictures we take will be provided to the county as well for your records as well.
What is your max weight? I mean, what are you, a dozer or a big hoe would be the heaviest thing I could think of. You're not gonna have any transformers, are you?
No.
Not gonna have any transformers, so.
Pretty much bring in the poles in, because the poles are,
The concrete poles can be 80,000 pounds.
I don't have the truck diagrams with me, we should have brought those.
How long are they?
140 feet.
But they're coming on one piece?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are they steel?
It's mainly concrete monopoles. There are some steel poles throughout, depending on the design requirements, but it's mainly concrete poles.
You're looking at 120,000 pounds roughly,
Yeah.
total gross.
Yeah.
We're probably pretty fortunate, you're not gonna have all the timber to go through in Coffee County in that 10 miles as well. You get into Anderson County, you're gonna be going through Chris
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything else down through there.
So yeah, so there's critical habitat
You're
work.
gonna have a lot more timber down there to go through. Anything going on towards, The ethanol plant,
Where's the,
ethanol plant's Garnett, as far as
not that I'm aware of.
getting some power from that.
I'd have to look at exactly where at, but basically we're going from the Blackberry substation down through Coffee County to the.
There's some discussion on this other too. I'm
Okay,
not exactly sure where it's at. I'm a board member over there, but I'm not exactly sure where that discussion's at.
okay,
But, I know about 4 weeks ago, there was still discussion, an opportunity to supply some energy to Garnett and the plant and.
okay. That'd be outside of what we're doing.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know what you guys did.
Now, we're basically going from the sub here in Blackberry to the sub in Missouri, and that's it, but there's
Yeah.
obviously off-takers, there's other lines that go elsewhere.
Your company name was involved, so.
Okay, I don't doubt it. I'm free to do what I know, and that's about it.
67 tons is the biggest pole. So that's how we evaluated the structure. We have truck diagrams.
You say 67?
Yeah, it was the biggest
Right.
one that we got.
Quite a bit of weight, Steve.
Huh?
Quite a bit of weight.
A lot of weight.
Yes, we took the truck diagrams. I'm sure you guys are aware, your all your bridges are getting load rated through the statewide load rating project. So we have a contract with the state, and so we've developed a way to use that software. And we model these trucks going over the structures, and it gives you a rating factors, just like you post a bridge. And if it's less than 1, then we mark it as red. So there are 5 structures that we're working with Ryan through. Yeah, so process we do.
For me, if you can keep Wade and Ryan happy, then I'm probably good.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, but it sounds like you guys been in communication quite a bit. Ryan knows exactly what he's up against. It's up to it's up to him to maintain the road, so.
What's your target date for finish?
January 2025. So we got a pretty aggressive schedule out of us.
14, 15 months.
Yeah, we have a lot of work ahead of us for 92 miles.
Hopefully, depending on the weather.
Depending on the weather, that's always a factor, absolutely.
Kinda hope you got a pile of mud right there.
Yeah, I hope you got a lot of mud. But we need a lot of moisture.
But yeah, we get the tree clearing going smoothly. That's a big problem for us.
You gonna pile and burn, or you gonna mulch and haul off?
Mulch and haul off for the most part. Yeah, burning is not really something we wanna, it's a whole other ballgame when it comes to environmental issues and things like that, so it's not ideal. Plus, I don't think you guys wanna see smoke for 4 months.
Brian does a lot of it, so. I don't have any questions unless anybody else does.
I don't either. I think
You got a lot of work ahead of you.
Oh yeah, we do. So getting these agreements in place will be the first step. Once those are in, we can kind of free and clears us to start mobilizing. So just trying to get these agreements in place, make you guys comfortable so it's ready to sign. And that's kind of what we're doing the tour this week, to just get everybody comfortable with next steps.
How many miles is the total project?
92 miles.
92.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
About 90% of that's all in Kansas. There's 9 miles sitting in Missouri.
Hopefully the rest of your negotiations go well and everybody ends up.
I'll take any luck you can give me, so.
Very
You
good.
guys are just going over to the old power plant that got shut, the old coal plant shut down, ain't you? And then tying in there and going on into Joplin?
Well, we're tying into the substation outside the nuke facility, the Wolf Creek.
No, well, I'm talking over in Missouri. You said you had 9 miles in Missouri.
Yeah, there's a substation called, Blackberry Substation, just right in, what is it, Jasper County?
Yeah. That's where the old coal-fired plant
Okay.
used to power over there and send into Joplin.
Okay.
I understood there at one time, there was a couple of producers gonna fight it pretty hard in Coffee County. How long can they delay it if they want to take that action? How long
Delay,
can they delay the project?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm sure there's several that are unhappy about the
Yeah.
situation.
Well, we've worked with a lot of landowners and got them kind of on board, so I think that'll hopefully help. We're trying to make this thing as smooth as possible. Obviously, there's been some, with the KCC line siding, we've had some hurdles, but one of the biggest, obstacles I think we've kind of cleared, kind of by willing to work with the landowners, it's helped a lot.
Now, is this gonna be shipping out, nuclear power, or is this gonna be shipping out wind?
So it's a bi-directional, so it's really however the operations feels it. So basically, it's whatever the cheapest power source we can get on the line is what we're gonna do. It just kind of depends on the demands and where the power's coming from. But the idea is to have it, try to get the lowest cost power on the system. So it's just another line of power in the state, giving more opportunities for cheaper generation to get on the system. Basically, getting rid of congestion is the best, plus upping the reliability in the area.
Any other counties sign their road use agreements yet?
Yes, we've had 3, I believe. We've had Crawford County, Bourbon County, and Barton County. Or Barton's close.
Two sides.
2 signed. We anticipate a third.
Barton County's not in this area.
No.
Bourbon and Crawford.
Bourbon.
Crawford, Barton was close. So then we wanted to come meet all the commissioners, get you guys comfortable so we can get the rest signed.
And they've signed the same version of the road use agreement that you all have in front of you.
I hope everything goes well for you.
Me too. It's been a slog to get to this point, so I'm looking forward to actually seeing some dirt move and the actual construction start. That's what I like to do. It's getting to that point of the process.
So you said you'll be back here in a while for the road use? Is that, you saying you're gonna come back for the road use? Signing of the road use or the passing of the road use?
It just depends on what you all need. I mean, I'm happy to come back out for a signing. If Wade and Ryan feel they're good and comfortable to sign, then
I'm gonna leave that up to
let's
them.
take their lead.
We have a few modifications on the current version. That's what we're working through right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be next steps. I'll work with Wade, Kirkham will work with Ryan. We'll get the agreement into place that they both feel comfortable, and then they'll present it to you all for your comments and evaluation.
Yeah, as long as those two feel good, we'll feel good.
Right.
Because we can point our fingers at them.
Yeah. I do the same thing with Kirk and Michael.
Yes, for sure.
Anything else you wanna add, Ryan?
I don't think so.
You good?
Good overview and kind of where we're at right now, so.
Good deal.
Wade, do you have anything else
No?
or anything?
Good. Well, I appreciate y'all's time this morning.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Looking forward to continue working with you all and
Appreciate
see
that.
you in the near future.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
I ran them all off.
I know, that's what you did, Chris.
Good deodorant on this morning, Craig?
Showered once this week,
Was
whether I
it?
need it or not, right?
Hey, today's Sunday, or yesterday was Sunday, so you're good.
Way early in the week, yeah.
Thank God we have our meetings on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're just in time.
Well,
You're actually,
I'm early. I'm usually not early, guys, I'm gonna tell you.
You got anybody else coming in with fun?
No, there's a saying around my house, it's not Marshall time, it's Craig time, because they don't wanna be associated with my lateness, my family does not, so. Anyways, I'll have you get that, yes. Oh, thank you, I've got some notes here on my phone. Just kinda wanted to come and just, say hi, and again, thank you guys for your service to the county. I know so many different things that you guys are involved with, and again, making our county great. So again, thank you so much for everything you guys are doing for our county. Wanted to give you kind of just a quick update on a few different things. The Early Learning Center, we're at 53 kids now, waiting list of about 20. We've actually even expanded our playground. If you look around there, we did a fence project to expand our playground to give our kids even more place to be active and kind of create even not only a playground, but kind of an outdoor classroom. They're planting and growing things out there. They've got gardens in these big tubs. It's just, it's awesome. It's just absolutely awesome. They had a fall festival event out there with families, and so it was a really big event. attended by many. So again, Early Learning Center is going great, and you guys helped us out with contributions from your ESSER funds, and again, we greatly appreciate that a lot. So I want to kind of give you an update on Flint Hills Technical College. We had some conversations with them this summer. Karen Doherty and some of her staff from Flint Hills Technical College came and we looked at our welding facility. And we were kind of looking at twofold. One, we need to improve our facility for us and our students here at Burlington. And also, two, the possibility of a Flint Hills Technical College annex type, Coffee County type annex for the welding program occurring. And so we had some really good conversations. I wrote a Jones Trust, a Walter and Evan Jones Trust grant, and we just found out we did get that for $250,000. So that's some really good money to start with, and now we are going to start sharing information publicly that we would like to look not only to do, because it's going to cost more than $250,000 to get where we need to be. We would like to try to do like an expansion and a renovation. It's probably going to push close to $1 million when all is said and done, when we're looking at HVAC and electrical and expanding locker room spaces, and expanding welding station spaces, if you will. There, and then I'm going to say storage for materials and so on and so forth. And again, renovating our current facility that needs some work. So we're probably going to we're going to get that information out. We're going to be looking at most likely, I'm going to say like a 1 mil for 2 year type scenario is something that we're going to be sharing with the public here very soon. Because it's going to cost, pretty significant amount to bring that welding facility, up to where it needs to be, the standards for not only our students, but also if we have a partnership with Flint Hills Technical College, the space that they need as well. So, with that being said, I know we've had meetings here with Karen Doherty, and so that is moving forward, and I know the commission has an interest in some sort of a Flint Hills Technical College partnership, and that's going to be very important, as we move forward in the growth in the future for Burlington and Coffee County. So I don't know if you have any questions on that.
That'll all be done right there at the northwest part of your current facility.
Correct.
Are you going to expand the building out?
Yes.
Or is it, you're going to expand it out?
It's probably going to go, it's still to be determined, but I'm going to say it's probably going to be out, I'm going to say slightly to the east of the current building where it is now. That is a thought. It could go to the north of the building where it is now. That's a possibility, but most likely it's going to go to the east. Good question. Jesse, did you have something?
So this expansion is to also house Flint Hills
Yes.
as well?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a combined, so $1 million for the whole, roughly $1 million for the whole system.
That's what that's a general estimate up to this point. Now we're going to be, like I say, moving forward. We need to make sure that the public will support that 1 mil for 2 years piece, because with that being said, for us to be able to do that project, we would need that financial piece in some way, shape, or form. So with that being said, it's a 40-day window that we put that information out, and then that 40-day window could be protested. If it gets protested, then we have to send it to I think it's 10% of the voting public, if I'm not mistaken, 10% of the voting public for 244's boundaries. And then if it gets protested, then we could put it out for public votes. So anyway.
So is that going to be, what is Flint Hills going to do for the school district to be in that facility?
Yes. So there's that partnership that we're working on right now. The piece that they can provide would be, I'm going to say the instructor for, I'm going to say night classes, weekend classes, summer classes. And then they can write Carl Perkins CTE, Career and Technical Education grants for equipment for the facility. So they can help provide the instructor and they can help provide the equipment. And if we can provide the facility, that's our partnership piece. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, they're not going to have any financial, other than in construction of the buildings, they're not going to be.
No, the construction's going to be ours, because it's going to be, good question.
So will they have any input? Yeah, will they have any input as far as what they need in there? How's that?
We want to make sure that we meet the needs not only for our students, but also for them. And probably meeting their needs is going to be even a bigger benefit for our students because of the facility, the equipment. Their program is going to be even at a higher level than our program through our high school. So really good question.
No, I mean, I was going to ask what Jessica asked, and I was just following up with a little bit.
That's good. You guys are good with questions. What else? Anything else I can share with you on that? I just wanted to keep you updated because I know we had that meeting, a couple of different meetings, I think, with Karen here, and we have still stayed on topic with that, and very hopeful that partnership will occur and we can make some great things happen with them.
Okay.
What happens, Craig, the third year and beyond? How's it gonna be funded?
Well, we won't have to worry about it. Our part's gonna be the facility. So if we, let's say for example, a mill generates, a good question, a mill generates in capital outlay for us somewhere around $520,000 or $530,000. Casey and Angie have gotten that information to us, so it would, I say, give us about 2 mills would give us a little more than $1 million. And then with this $250,000 that we have in this grant from the Jones Trust, again, you have architect fee. You guys don't. I don't have to tell you all the things that pop up that just you don't really plan on, and they happen. They just happen to happen. So we want to give ourselves a little cushion with unexpected type things that come up. And also to give you a little bit of information, again, Casey and Angie have gotten us some information on what that would do to like taxpayers. We're going to get that information out publicly. What it's going to do to a $100,000 home. And it's exactly the same as what we did 8 years ago when we did the 1 mill for 5 years. So $100,000 home is going to be about $11.50 a year, which is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's not that big of a hit. And then we also we'll have information on ag land, unimproved and improved ag land, commercial land. So we'll have that information out to the public so they will know and can make an informed decision.
How many students do you have now? I'm just curious as far as your classroom right now.
We're right at, in the district, approximately, give or take, again, just give or take, right at about 825, 830, somewhere in that neighborhood. And so I don't have the exact number. I probably should because we just did count day just recently, but that's about where we are.
So how many are involved in your welding right now as far as?
It's popular. Our ag classes are very popular. Our FFA is very popular. I don't know exactly the total count. But yes,
it's being used well now. It's being used well. I guess the point is it's being used well now.
Yes, yes, exactly. Good question. What else do you have on that?
So I know in the past, other district kids, would they be available maybe to come down for a welding class through, like from Lebo or Waverly or Gridley or Lebo, wherever, and come into a class like in the afternoon? Kind of like to do at Flint Hills now.
Right. I think those are all things that we're going to look at, and especially if we have a top-notch facility, I think it gives us the opportunity not only, to expand with Flint Hills Technical College, but who knows, our county schools as well, depending upon their setup. So yeah, I think those discussions are in the future and are very, very willing to have those conversations. So yes. And who knows, it may be such that there's we've got a pretty good idea of what may occur, but there'll be things that will pop up, ideas that will pop up that we may say, well, that wasn't something we thought about, and this may be a pretty good idea. Maybe we have some combined Flint Hills Technical College and even technical college welding classes during the day, kind of a joint instructor scenario with our instructor, Julie Carden, and their instructor working together. Again, who knows what the future will hold. When we started working with Flint Hills Technical College about 7 years ago, we had 3 kids going there. Now we've got 20-something going there. I can't remember the exact number. And then we've got kids going to Garnett, to Neosho County, the HVAC. I want to say about 8 to 10 going there. So we've gone from 3 to about 30 kids that are getting a great start they're gonna have certification right out of high school, and they can go and work and make a good living and great wages, great benefits.
And not
if they want to do that.
$200,000 in debt.
And no debt, I know. And they can also do what's called 2+2 programs. So let's say they get into a program, they think, yeah, you know what, I want to go 2 years in Flint Hills Technical College or over to Garnett for the HVAC, and they think, I just want that 2 years, I'm going to go work in the workforce. Some of them might say, I may want to go and get some advanced college because I think I may want, who knows, may want to own my own business at some point in time. So the 2+2 is the 2 years of Flint Hills Technical College. They could go to 2 additional years, like at Emporia State, Pittsburgh State, Washburn, and they can get their degree through a 4-year university. That's the 2+2 scenario.
Very good.
And still end up with a 4-year degree.
They could, they could. And less debt than they would if they.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Maybe keep the kids around here a little afterwards too.
correct,
That's the main
exactly.
goal, is to get an education and stay around here.
Right. So there's a lot of great things about Burlington and Coffee County, as we know. You just get a great hometown type atmosphere. If you can earn a great living, great wage, you're close to the big city. If you want to go, Kansas City, Wichita, Topeka, you're close. You're very, very close. But you still have that hometown living. If you like to hunt and fish, it's a great place to be. You get the idea. I don't need to sell you guys on Coffee County. You guys know how great this place is. Any other questions?
Where you take the chips plant that's hopefully will come in here, they're primarily looking at new employees that's only got 1 year training through Flint Hills or other institutions like that. So, you may start out with a plan, but it would surprise me in 2 or 3 years you don't have to make some major changes to supply more of our young people to the chip deal.
I think you're right.
We gotta do something to keep these young kids, and if 1 year training will take care of theirs up there, you're gonna have more and more students through it, as people get aware of it.
You're right.
So it's kind of a watch and see, or whatever you want to call it.
Exactly. And then another piece, I guess, another item that our board, we do retreats in September. We do 2 evening retreats, usually on Wednesdays, for about 3 hours each evening. And we just talk about future planning. We talk about student results and data and facilities, and you get the idea. Just pretty much everything. It's kind of an overview of everything going on in the district. Kind of tying in with the future growth, we see that we will probably need at some point in time to look at Burlington Elementary School and some sort of an expansion there. And with that being said, just so you guys know, you might have read in the newspaper, the city owns, well, I'm going to take that back. The city has deeded us the property to the north of the elementary school. But that was called Floral Park at one point in time. Floral Park is just, like I say, just a park-like area. Evidently, there was a band dome there at one point in time, and then there's, of course, a playground there now. So the city, they deeded us that land, and we take care of it, but we've got to look at, if we ever do like a change to that area, like if we were to take the pillars down, or we were to take the trees down, we have to get permission from the city to make any type of change, because the city, I'm going to say they're entrusted to keep a park-like atmosphere there, in short. And so having said that, we have talked to the city about the future of that land, and we would like to be able to have, I'm going to say, control of that land to be able to do what we need to do. Whether it's an addition to Burlington Elementary School, whether it's a potential new elementary school somewhere, and then we don't have that facility, there as Burlington Elementary School any longer, we don't know. We're going to be looking at putting together a community advisory committee, but I want to kind of find out as soon as possible. We've talked to the city about knowing in the next 30 days, sometime in November, about if they're interested in giving us the ability to do with that land as we would see fit for the future of Burlington Elementary School. We need to know that before we put together a community advisory committee, so we can give them the options and we can tell them, hey, we have that land, it's in our ability to basically use it as we see fit. Or if the city says no on that, then we need to talk more specifically, I'm going to say, about a potential new facility. So if we have that land, there's a couple of different options that a community advisory committee can help us with. Do we expand that Burlington Elementary School as it currently sits, or do we look at a new facility? And we want the public's opinion on this. We, put public in front of anything. Public education, you want the public's opinion because they may have views different than I may have or the board may have. So we'll be looking to put together a committee and just, doing some research, some gathering, some information on what they would like to see. And with that being said, I've been here 8 years now, and I think about 3-4 times a year, I hear from different people saying, boy, it'd be nice if we could move the 5th grade back, or have you ever thought about moving the 5th grade back to the elementary school? There are people that have a little interest in that, again, that would be something potentially to be discussed. If we were to move the 5th grade back into an elementary setting, whether an addition onto this building or a new building, that gives Burlington Middle School more space and place to grow for future growth. And our high school is built for about 400 students. Right now we're sitting at about 265 in the high school, so we still have plenty of room in Burlington High School with the potential of land that we could add on to, because there's some land currently around Burlington High School right now. So kind of wanted to keep you guys informed about what we're thinking. You guys think, forward and ahead and progressive, and we're kind of thinking that way too, because we can't be slow to the table to react, if you will. We got to be prepared, for the future. So I don't know if you have questions on that topic, any at all, or anything else.
You mentioned that there's some citizens out here might have the same ideas as what the administration has.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of it is they may think of something that you're not thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
There may be more come out of that thing.
We want public opinion because, like I said, I'm smart enough to know I don't know everything. And I need people.
So thin, huh?
Yeah, oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That happens to all of us.
yeah, it's important because there's all sorts of great ideas that I haven't thought of, or others might have not thought of. We want people's opinion, and if we at least listen to it, then at least people know that we're open to discussions. So yeah. Anything else?
Thanks for the update. Look forward to working with you.
Always. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, have a super day.
You too.
Thanks.
You guys lost everything I was gonna ask them. I'm slow on her all day.
Well, I don't know that towards the Flint Hills, we've talked several times about their nursing side,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I was the one that brought up the welding side to Flint Hills,
Right.
with Burlington. Why don't you marry in and get something going with the high school instead of trying to build a whole new facility, which they're supposed to have to upgrade and build on to house it. But, I know we've talked about the nursing side, I still wish there'd be a way to get a nursing Flint Hills.
Is that something that they would consider I assume that they're still thinking about putting a Flint Hills at the chip on that land up there? Is that still in play?
I think most of that's going to be
Strictly for that.
pretty much gonna be leaning towards the
Chips,
the facility out of chip manufacturing, so I'm just speculation.
No,
I
that's-
assume, but, build something, build something, I don't know what they would have capable, or would be capable of doing.
We keep hearing all the time how shortage the nursing is and how important it is.
It's a bad situation.
It's just like Walmart building down here. It might be more suitable for a school for the nurses. I don't have any idea, but if
Well, I
we
think
can
it's
provide
off the
that
plate.
type of service in Coffee County, you're gonna have a lot more young ladies as well as young men that might be entertained in that rather than going to Lawrence or Emporia State or someplace else. If you could offer it locally.
Well, it's just like the welding deal, they can do 2 years of it through the schools, and save a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah.
To where they're not $400,000 in debt when they leave college.
Like going to that school over in Missouri that's welding.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that costs now.
It's pretty expensive.
Pretty high.
But it's still cheaper than going to a 4-year.
It's still cheaper than going to, and I think, what is it, a 6-month program and you're out, something like that.
We've had a couple young kids out of Iowa, or Leroy, go to that school down there. It's,
Yeah, the Sarah went over there and went down to Tulsa too. Well, we wanna take a 10-minute break and come back at 10 o'clock?
Sure.
Nobody else here can take a 10-minute break, go back at 10 o'clock? Dillon, Colorado.
There, we wouldn't worry about it.
He takes all the heat on it.
All right, we moved our 10:10 to 10 o'clock, Richard Kroll, tax sale resolution.
Okay, I need a resolution to get started. Hope you all have it in front of you. If not, I sent it to Angie.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, there are 14 properties. We started with 72 about 2.5 months ago. I've sent out multiple letters and it's been whittled down. A couple of people have called and said, I can't get rid of my ground, so hey, go ahead and sell it for me. They won't bring anything, or whatever. Okay, so 14 properties are left. Total taxes are about $27,000, and weed fees to assorted cities is about $8,500.
So how does it work, Richard? How long have they been in?
The last 3 years, in some cases 5. So they're delinquent from 2020, 2021, 2022.
But they've got to be delinquent 3
From
years
20.
before you can
Right.
do this.
So it's
Okay.
the beginning of it was 3 years back.
Correct.
Say. Okay.
And there's some actually that even go back to 17. There's 1 or 2 properties that, for one reason or another, didn't make the last tax sale.
But I guess that's what my question is. It takes 3 years minimum to
Right.
get to this point where you're at a tax sale.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
we had a tax sale on the steps there, is that a year ago or 2 years ago?
2 years ago,
2 years ago.
almost.
And that kind of whittled down pretty good.
Mhm.
Yeah, that one had 50 some to start with, and then we ended up with 11. But there were some large
There's
debts.
more funds involved now.
Yeah, I had one person come in the day before Thanksgiving and pay almost $300,000.
Wow.
That's good.
Yeah. So they're starting to get the picture that it's semi-important.
Pay your tax or we'll sell it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What else you need to know?
When will it be done?
July. We're going back through Glenda Osterman again. They don't charge us anything. All the fees are basically they're charged to the sale products. So in essence, we don't pay anything. But if a property, like I said, this one, it's a vacant lot in Waverly, and they told her, the city did, that she can't build on it because it's in a floodplain. Well, I'm not sure where there's a floodplain in Waverly, but that's what they told her. So she said, I don't want any more. I'm tired of paying taxes, trying to get anything done and being shot down by the city. So I'm not paying any more taxes. So go ahead and sell it. So if it sells for, $100, and the taxes owed are, I think it's $600 and change. Obviously, that's not gonna bring enough to pay the fees.
Right.
So if something does, there's a few homes in here that I know would bring more, then fees come out of there. And then any excess, so there's a couple in here that are like $3,000, I would guess they'd sell in the 20s. Then the fees are averaged out over the whole thing. We'll say 10 properties wind up in there at $350 a piece, $3,500. Those would be taken out proactively somehow. Attorney does all that. And then any excess funds from after fees are sent back to you, like it's your property, you get the excess because the county's not going to profit from somebody else's property.
Okay.
So if there's a net of 15 grand, you get a check for that. Even though the property might be worth more, that's all it's sold for.
Is there anything to prevent them from buying it back if they have the funds?
If you owe property taxes, whether it's on this property or another one, delinquent property taxes, you're not allowed to bid.
Okay, that's what.
And they have to sign stating that they don't, and we check everybody that comes in.
That'll be a public sale. Like
Yeah, as opposed to out here now, we'll probably have it down in the big conference room in the dungeon.
I was to one several years ago.
You said this is gonna be when?
July-ish. I mean, that's kind of what they thought with the last one. It took 2 years.
A lot less properties.
Yeah.
Than what was 2 years ago.
And COVID.
And COVID. Can't forget about that. So the resolution that you have presented, Wade has seen and vetted, is I'm assuming?
Yep, he sent it to me. I mean, the big benefit to Clint Osterman, for those of you who weren't part of that process, is the board interviewed potential tax sale firms, selected Clint Osterman because the taxpayers of Coffee County don't pay for their services. Their fee is built into the tax sale itself. So it's a win-win. They're hired and do this routinely across the entire state, big counties, small counties, so.
So they're paid from the proceeds from the sales.
Yeah, we assess an actual fee on there. So anybody now, up to the end of the month, September, you could have paid your 2020 taxes and prior and not been in the sale. But now that we're past that date and we're doing this action, they have to pay all of the taxes. So along with that, we start assessing other fees, and Linda Osterman's fee is going to be part of that.
They will file a petition with the district court and it will have all of that. I mean, they can still come in and redeem, but they'll have to pay all those, the taxes
all
and the
3
additional
years.
costs to get it out of. But that's a benefit for the county because tax sales can be tricky. And one thing, if anybody does go through a tax sale, or the county does go through the tax sale, and on the back end property sold, the title that goes with that property, buyer beware, because it could have some sort of.
Yeah, if something wasn't filed with the court, different claims, mechanics liens, whatever, if they're not filed in a court, then they're not present that you see, and all of a sudden you buy a property and you still owe those. Whereas most things, if it's filed through the court, are wiped off with the tax sale. And that's why the banks all show up and say, yeah, we owe, $100,000 on this place, they owe us, we're not gonna let it go for 20.
Sometimes somebody who buys property through the tax sale, they want to get title insurance, and getting title insurance, you have a difficult time in some instances because the property is purchased through a tax sale. But if buyer beware and all of those notices are given up front.
They're gonna sign something this year and it's gonna have all the details and that. Because last time we had a lecture downstairs that probably lasted 20 minutes and the sale was about 15. Just the disclaimers took longer than the sale did by far. And you get tired of it and you just don't listen. So one of those statements, like I just told you the gal who said, yeah, just go ahead and sell it, I don't care. I said, well, are you able to sign something for me that says it's okay to release this to whoever? I'll sign whatever statement you want to give me. I don't want it. It's fine, get it out of my name. Whereas in the last sale, the gentleman passed away, and his property, it was sold, purchased, everything went the way it's supposed to, but the insurance companies don't view publication in a newspaper as adequate notification to everyone, because people in California aren't going to see the Coffee County paper. So that's why they determined that. Well, anyway, this guy that passed away and was in jail, his brother said, I don't want any part of him. I said, well, great, we just need you to sign this, saying, well, I'm not going to sign it, what's in it for me? So he wanted paid, even though they got rid of $8,000 worth of taxes on it. So what are his kids going to get? Well, I ain't going to get anything, they don't owe taxes on it, so, but you need my autograph, so you should pay me for it. So those people will not sign the little deed that makes it easy for someone to build on there. So anyway, the person that bought this property is now sitting on, I think they paid $8,500 for it. And it's, yeah, they can't use it because they can't get insurance, can't build a house on it.
Well, the rural water districts, it's in the county, and it has rural water. Evidently, rural water owns the meter, or you're buying the rights. I mean, you don't really, you kind of own the meter, but you kind of don't. So that's where, you know, on the last tax sale, person bought 2 properties with rural water meters now, wound up having to pay rural water district $5,000.
Because those weren't filed with the district court, so they weren't wiped off, whereas everything else is.
So I guess Mike, to say that, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know where to go with that, I guess. I mean, so that somebody going down there.
It's the buyer beware side again.
Okay.
Having gone through this, yeah, I can educate people a little better now on, hey, you need to go to the court and figure out who owns what, you know, property-wise, water lines, who owns which pieces are on this. But yeah, it's not just come in and buy it and, hey, I got cheap dirt. There's some reasons why the dirt is cheap and other things are attached that we just don't know about because you can't see them yet.
Any other questions for Richard? We'll read the resolution number and the black heading up top. If anybody else wants it, they can call for a request. Resolution number 2023-1918, or 918, sorry, 2023-918. A resolution authorizing the foreclosure of real estate tax liens and tax sale of unredeemed real estate.
So move.
I'll second.
Moved by Hughie and seconded by Meeks. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Don, you seconded, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
That'll be coming out in the paper shortly,
Okay.
and yeah, all that process will get going.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Do we ask? If they want it 9, or pass it around? No, I'll let them ask. Okay. Well, that was quick. Guess we'll do road and bridge. Brian's not here.
Nope, you got me.
Got you. Sorry, we're tired of seeing Ryan anyway.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mine's short and sweet as well.
You have some motion.
No call outs this weekend, first off. And I just have one motion on a change order on Bridge 127, 128.
We don't normally have a problem like that.
Yeah, I know.
I'm reading this.
Why is there?
They, for underrun pre-drilled pile holes is what the,
Why, I know, but why did we not need them?
I don't have the details on that, Tom.
Same issue on both bridges, that?
I wonder if it wasn't, like maybe they hit rock and we're able to place the piles on top of that.
Okay.
That's the way I understand it is not being able to drive to full length or to bore full length for their pilings.
Okay.
So it's a decrease.
Yes.
Motion to approve change order number 1 on B 127 and B 128 bridge replacements for underrun pre-drilled pile holes for a net total decrease of $20,226.41 to the contract.
I so move.
I'll second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Meeks. Any further discussion?
McCurry.
McCurry, sorry,
That's
McCurry.
right.
or both ends.
One of those guys.
One of those guys down there. All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. That was easy.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you got any updates on your trucks out of Kansas City?
No, I believe, Craig's been in contact with Tim up there, and we should be going up there here pretty quick for a pre-construction on the snow and ice truck.
Have you gotten the one that was non-snow and ice?
We have not received it yet, no.
Because I knew there was talk about them possibly being, we're probably getting into that time frame, are we not?
We're getting, I
Was
have to go
first
back
of
and
December
check.
maybe?
Yeah.
Seems like it was a 90-day, or no, 120-day, sorry. It was what the bid showed, but he was thinking maybe closer to 60 to 90. But I have not talked to him here recently. I know Craig's been in contact with him because we want to go up there before they start building that snow and ice truck to go over a lot of stuff with him. So I'll check with Craig, but, I mean, other than that, we're finishing up fog sealing hopefully this week.
Okay.
This weather has kind of put us a little behind there with
The
the
wind?
colder weather, and
So I say it's cool weather
yeah,
like that.
it's got to be 50 degrees and rising, and the cooler it is, the longer that stuff takes to cure. I mean, when it's 90 degrees, it can cure out in about 20 to 30 minutes. When it's cool like this, it could take an hour or two.
Oh,
It
yeah.
just kind of depends. And this overcast stuff doesn't help either, so
It looks like
glad
you're
to see the sun.
Looks like you're about done with 22nd, is that, I mean,
It's done.
it's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, finishing up Reamer's Point today, and then we've got 8th Road, 7th Lane out by Quail Meadows, and then some down by Gridley. And I just spoke with Casey with the paint, with the striping this morning, and he's looking to be here first of next week.
Good.
Okay.
So,
Have we had discussion with Casey about 50 Highway west of Lebo about pulling it back again?
I've made that, it's taken care of.
Okay.
Our plan, our map has big bold letters. It's all outlined for 10-foot lanes.
Yeah.
And I'll reiterate that with him when he shows up. But he's been told that multiple times.
Okay.
It looks like the weather's gonna warm up for you just a little bit, maybe I'll help out on
Yeah,
seal.
with what we have left, we ought to be able to knock out this week,
Is this,
barring any major breakdowns.
does this sealer, does it have polymer in it?
Yes,
It does, okay. I was talking to a guy from Pawnee County, and he said they got a real good look at that polymer.
yeah.
It helps their patching, it seals up and doesn't have the potholes. For some reason it doesn't allow the potholes to start, or,
Well, I mean, generally a pothole will start when you get moisture
yeah.
in underneath and stuff just breaks out from the bottom. And with this dry summer we've had, we've got a lot of settling and problems that Ryan and I are going over for a fall plan for some patching and crack filling and
Mm-hmm.
try and get some of that stuff sealed up before the snow and the cold weather gets here.
We've got a good dip on Fauna Road just south of 21st on the right southbound driving lane. I don't think there's a culvert there. There might be a culvert there.
There should be a couple culverts that run through there coming out of them west pastures.
West pastures, Jones pastures.
Yeah.
It's getting older. I mean, since I've started driving down here every Monday,
Yeah.
you know, you can tell that
It
it's
just
gotten-
gradually gets worse. but-
gradually gets worse. It's kind of like that one there, south of the second curve.
Yeah,
on the south
south
side.
of Cleveland's old place.
Yeah. So, I don't know what it, of course, the truck traffic, the grain traffic
Yeah,
is busy up there, so,
we've noticed it everywhere.
yeah.
Until we get some moisture, things are gonna continue to,
Move.
I
Yep.
mentioned to Ryan 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'm not sure you were here, Adam. About a mile and a half south of Leroy on the blacktop on Reaper, that the southbound lane is really peeling off to the west for about 200 yards there. It started out being about a foot in, now it's probably 3 foot in, and it's almost, and that's the empty traffic, which it don't quite make sense, because normally it's the loaded traffic.
now, you're talking, that's on the asphalt, right?
Yes.
So, are you
Mhm.
talking about the edges cracking and,
Yeah, but it's worked into 3 feet now plus, and there's probably, probably someplace in there where it's dipped down 3 inches by now.
That's the dry weather. I mean, that's what we're gonna try to,
It don't have to be done now, but,
well, really, it does.
That's what you guys are talking about.
It
When
needs
it
to be,
does start raining,
Yeah.
and really water will go in.
I'd say right now you'd have to dig down 10 inches to get this on the ground.
yeah, but we need to get those, try and get those cracks sealed off, and,
But it's moved further in now towards to the, middle stripe.
yeah.
And then it, probably 500-600 feet long now, or it's moving pretty quick in, and
Yeah, that's the dry weather. Unfortunately, that's,
I wouldn't think the empty loads would do it, 'cause it's just on the other
It's-
side of the northbound lane, it appears to be very solid.
yeah, it's not necessarily the loads. A lot of times you'll get that if there's, a lot of trees right along the road that will draw that moisture out of the roadbed. Will also
There's
cause that,
trees along part of it, but 2/3 of it don't have any trees.
yeah. Yeah, that's a mess we're dealing with right now.
An issue.
It is. Anything
Anything
else?
else for Adam?
All right,
And
thank you
Thank you,
guys.
sir.
Have a good
Thank you.
weekend.
Have a good
Thanks,
day.
Adam.
Running a little ahead of schedule, Bobby. We'll start at 10 o'clock, economic development. Bobby Skipper, discussion of real estate agreement and easement 600 Neosho.
Yes, sir. The county attorney, Wade Bowie, made me, aware that early on, before the church was purchased, there were a few different surveys completed on the property. And Wade, correct me if I'm wrong at any point, but it was understood that, part of the facility, the lumber shed owned by, Mr. Vince, was sitting on the property that the county bought. Roughly, and we'll get more precise, but roughly 4 foot of the lumber shed is still sitting on the property that the county bought. I know that there was some discussion at some point that Wade would try to correct that through some means, but in the interim, I had discussed early on, before the county ever bought that lot, I was concerned with trying to do something to make sure that wall stayed pretty. Now that you're gonna have a parking lot there, we discussed putting a mural up. They even talked about having maybe the kids come together in the county to paint a real nice mural, maybe a patriotic theme, but now that there is a possible scenario where the county might have to engage Mr. Vince and either discuss selling back his 4 foot to him, I would propose, and I've already spoken with Mr. Vince, that if the county does reach an agreement with Mr. Vince to deed him back whatever volume of property would be required to keep him off our property, that Mr. Vince, in consideration of that, he give us a perpetual easement. Essentially say the county would have use of that wall in perpetuity. In general discussion, no money's been talked about, but I would just assume it would be a nominal amount of money that Mr. Vince would pay, maybe $1 or something like that, in consideration. He would then also give us an easement in perpetuity.
Well, I wanna be good neighbors. I don't wanna make the joining neighbor upset, you know, but I mean, right is right, wrong is wrong. If the building's on our property, then, I mean, there's something that's gotta be done legal.
So originally, nobody was really aware of that, and the county had a survey done, because I think the issue was where the lumberyard places some of their incoming truckloads, and that led to the former county engineer, who was also a licensed surveyor, we decided to go out of house to get a survey done so that Mr. Stedell would be satisfied with the survey. That survey, after the transaction had already taken place, showed that that boundary was 4 feet onto what the county had purchased. So at some point in time, we were going to make it right. We're just waiting for the right time, but this may be the right time. And if this board is in agreement, then the suggestion that Bobby has actually makes sense, because then it's I don't know what type of advertisement it would be, but as you drive up Neosho, it may be the first thing you see as you approach the courthouse, and if you have somebody who puts something really nice up there, it's attractive. Good curb appeal, would that be a good way to put it?
Yes, sir.
So what are the thoughts? Are you gonna have a straight line all the way here? Or just give him the property or sell, I mean, whatever, transfer the property that the building's sitting on and keep the balance of it to the north there? Because I'm not familiar whether he's got fence or anything on north of there.
I'm not sure what
it's on our property.
I'd have to go out and look on the backside. In fact, I didn't even
I
realize.
never paid any attention to that.
Along with what you're saying, it is common in land use planning for there to be regular lines, straight lines. Because there's an irregular boundary, or possibly an irregular boundary, if you were to get another survey to legally describe the wall section, it would create an irregular boundary. And I'm with you, if the commission was...
Yeah, are we just gonna go so many foot, whether it's 4 or 5 foot or whatever it is, that'll correct the whole problem? I mean, we're not built over close to that with the parking lot now.
No, sir.
Even at the north end up here, correct?
I think, Mr.
Just
Tom,
a straight line through.
isn't there like a
Yeah.
6 foot
I don't know, I mean, whatever.
from that wall to where the curb is?
I haven't measured it, it's a pretty good distance, so we're all base building a fair amount. Somewhere between 6 and 10 feet.
And we're in a straight line, right, Tom?
To my
To the
knowledge.
west boundary now.
Looks straight.
Yeah, as much as possible, I understand. All I meant was, you
I know
know,
what you're saying.
if we're off of it, if we're off of this building 6 foot, then it's not an issue for us if we made it a straight line. But, I mean, that,
No.
instead of having a whole paragraph legally describing a jog in it.
That's right.
Just my thought, you know,
You're right,
if we don't need it, if we have no need.
I would say keep it simple and make things right. I mean, just do whatever's needed to satisfy all of us.
Saw that much of the building off. One of the others.
It'd be a little extreme, but not good.
Bring the backhoe in. There's a 4 foot.
So y'all are talking this, joking, but that's some of the liability you'd face if you didn't handle the situation. There could be like the wall could half fall down, or there's even adverse possession that would come into play at some point.
That wall looks like it's in good shape.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't appear to be anything wrong with the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I would say if we could utilize, of course, he wouldn't have to upkeep the east wall, and we could do forth what we wish to that was within good taste, and I don't know why I wouldn't be for it, straightening that boundary line up clear to the alley.
Do we leave them a little extra room so they've got, or I mean, you know, not that we would keep them from coming around there and doing any repair on their building, but I mean, would it be better if we went over to our curb or close to it, or would that be advantageous? What's everybody think? You know, so they can get to the backside of this building. Just a thought, you know. Because you put it right at the building, then, you know.
Split the difference halfway between the building and the
And the curb.
curb.
you know, might be an idea.
I'd start with the wall. I think if you start adding property, I don't know if you're, I mean, this is out of necessity because it's already on the county's, what the county owns.
Right.
So if you start adding, in fact, after the parking lot got put in, it looked like it could go like west 5 more feet, and it sort of wasted space,
Right.
so to speak. But I think the county has an advantage by having that property just somewhere in the future, but maybe there's a good reason to shave a little more off, I don't know.
Do you think we ought to go with a straight line then, or do you have?
Yes. A straight line, especially if you're looking, I mean, trying to figure that out later on down the road. I mean, let's say somewhere in the future, he wants to either sell or raise or do something with that property. Well, then if you don't have a straight line, then you have potential issues later on down the road with that irregular line.
Yeah.
And I think, as Bobby says, having a straight line makes it a whole lot easier.
Oh, it's much easier, probably, yeah.
In the future.
I've got some partials, it takes half a sheet of paper to describe.
And the other side is, if something happens later on down the road and they wanna knock that wall down, I mean, well, there goes your easement, or if the property sells, or if they wanna knock it down and put something else there. I mean, it's only as good for as long as that wall's there.
That's probably how that should be written, I would think, the
Right.
existing wall. Well, they should be cooperative for that.
When he was approached, when Vince was approached, his eyes got this big, he's like, oh. And I think he had already heard some rumblings about it, but, he is very, I think he's gonna be very accommodating. He understands he's the
I think that's.
great one to gain the most from having county handle this.
Well, probably all determines on which way you're measuring the property lines, from the east road or the west road. I don't know if you measure it from the west road, if it'd come out the same.
I think the survey I saw, the point of the beginning point was the, east.
Yeah, east road. This road, this street right here, going that direction, but if you went from that street to this direction,
But
I've had
it
that-
should come out the same.
it should come out the same, but I've had them not.
It don't.
It doesn't?
Not in this town.
I bet if it goes from the west road, it's gonna go in his favor where the 4 foot is,
Probably.
would be my guess. So, he can
Well,
maybe
if we
could
can
argue that.
resolve it, be everybody's best interest, probably.
Yeah. I think the board's in general consensus of approach, straight line with capability of doing something with the backside of his building in good taste.
I don't think that, because of the financial cost to have one of the same surveyors just find that same back, pin and, you know, extend out whatever footage is, perpendicular with the wall and create that single line. I don't think there'll be a big expense to have it resurveyed and described. And then we can approach, Vince with that, through an agreement, and have the commissioners, approve it formally.
Get something up on the wall.
We don't have to show anything as far as dollar amount. I mean, something was said about $1. I mean, is that
I think
something?
legality purposes, you have to at least, you have to put
You
a
have to
dollar
sell it
amount.
for $1.
I do not know that for a fact.
No, that's what I was-
see that. That's why a dollar is mentioned.
Right,
$1 is pretty common.
okay.
Yeah.
That back wall of the lumberyard, does it actually runs at an angle?
No, sir.
The back wall does run straight north and south.
Yes, sir, parallel with the lot line of the actual, boundary of what the county owns.
It's
Yes, sir. It may be off a little bit. I mean, I can't answer that to be precise, but it generally is.
So we just want to stay far enough east that we know we remedy the problem at least. Even if we're not gonna leave any extra space, we.
Yes, sir. Very good.
More of a drainage down through there now off his building would be more of a, I would think more of an issue than anything. Cause his building's not guttered in any way, shape or form, I don't think, it just runs off. So that'd be a drainage issue. You know, so. I would say advance and see what kind of hurdles that need to be jumped across.
I think it's just getting that updated appraisal with the boundary, put that into an agreement, and he's tentatively signed off on it.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. Yeah, you can start negotiating someplace, I think Vince will work with you.
Yes, sir. He's the one to gain the most out of this, so. The second thing I had on the agenda was, right behind that one, was concerning the SSM property, but Wade kind of handled that. The resolution that Wade prepared that the commissioners already approved should serve the purpose for the appraiser to finish to check his box so they can close on the rest of their financing. Let me back up. We were asked last week to produce a purchase agreement, and everything the county's done so far, we shouldn't need a purchase agreement, but there's an appraiser for one of the other banks for this SSM project, that he is just stuck on the fact he needs an individual contract that he's familiar with, a purchase contract between the county and SSM, stating the price and the terms of what's being sold. We've done that 100 times already, but so we produced that and had them approve it, and at some point, maybe next week, we'll get that before the commission to execute. I think the commission's already approved that, not only that agreement, but any agreement associated with SSM, you've generally approved that already. But if necessary, the chairman can execute it, and then that appraiser can check that box and say he's got that document. That's all I have.
That's all you got, huh?
Yes, sir.
How's the agreement between, Mike Abendroff and?
Okay, so that'll be set to finalize on the 30th. A little later today, there'll be the notice that will go to the paper.
Okay.
I'll bring that here a little later. I saw quite a bit on the agenda, so I wasn't gonna bog you down with that right now.
I was gone last week, so I didn't know if any discussion was last week of it, so that's what I was.
And we're thinking you need to be gone more. We're out here by 10:30.
Come in and approve the minutes of the last meeting and adjourned, right?
Wasn't quite that quick.
All right, Bobby.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
guess we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Then now here we are waiting until 11:30 for River City.
Okay, round two.
Round table.
Executive session or anything we can do in the meantime?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
We got a lot of,
He's
lot of
cranking
trying
out
to
the
work
clock.
on.
Egg timer.
15-minute executive session, attorney-client, discussion specific to a potential litigation involving a county contract agreement, myself and the board.
So moved.
Second that.
Moved by Hughes and seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. We will enter at 10:42 for 15 minutes. Start the timer again. All right, we're back. No action taken.
No action taken.
What do we do till 11:30?
One of the things that needs to be discussed is the irrigation. I know we had sort of talked about it at one point in time. I'll let that folder downstairs. I wanted to make sure from one of the entities who's put in a bid or a quote, that their original quote was still valid, which I'm told it is. And we waited, instead of doing the irrigation first, waited until Scenic Landscapes got the wall done. Because otherwise, you would have put the one in and then it would have impacted the other. So time is sort of the essence now before winter hits to get that done if it's going to get done. And, Tom, do you want to chime in on that?
I don't know as much about the irrigation as I did landscaping, I guess, and the grass situation. I don't know if Clement's concern is about, even after the irrigation is in, planting some grass, I believe you will put down a erosion control blanket, a mulch blanket, if you will. But he's concerned that this time of year, if the grass don't take off, and we don't get any rains, and winter hits, we're liable to pay him to come back in the spring and do it again. You can't guarantee a stand of grass, so he was supposed to be putting together a price for some mulch. I think he was gonna turn that into bark,
I'm not sure there's quite
or
enough,
not mulch, excuse me, turf,
quite enough
sod.
dirt between the sidewalk, north-south sidewalk to the wall. I'm not sure there's quite enough dirt in there yet. The north side looks better than.
We haven't addressed the drainage issue yet. Right. Sloping away from the.
I haven't looked that close at it, I guess.
That's what I didn't know, if we needed more dirt before they did these other, did the irrigation, I don't know.
I guess I didn't look at this, I've been concentrating on the north, so
Definitely need to be some more dirt out east.
it all looked more uniform and more positive than it ever has, I know that.
Yeah.
You say he's putting together a cost on solid?
Solid.
Yeah.
I think Wade must have it.
Yep.
It was the seating with the mulch blanket or whatever, it was like 3,500, something like that.
3,500?
I don't
For
remember.
the seating and the mulch blanket.
Oh,
The
Not
original,
solid.
not solid.
oh,
Solid's gonna be a lot more than that.
I say that, yeah, it's gonna be a lot more than that, but
Probably 10 times that.
I say that to say that if you don't get a stand of grass, you gotta pay somebody to do it again.
Right.
Then you're back at another $3,500.
It takes 10 years to get good grass established, I don't care what you do.
I'll just give this to you since it was given to me.
He's more than likely right, because if you start to see grass now, even if you have adequate moisture, unless it's established, you get a hard freeze and it's gonna kill it, I think. But that's been my luck.
Especially since we're so darn dry.
We're so darn dry, and it takes a lot of water. And then once that ground temperature gets below whatever, 50
This is
degrees,
just for
it's
seeding?
still above that.
Sod.
Once,
This is for sod? Oh, okay.
There's a seeding, if I remember right, just the seeding along with the mulch blanket, if you will, for everything from the courthouse to the street was around $3,500, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's the one that got dropped off to me, and maybe,
Friday.
right.
Yeah.
I think what I need to do is have Clement give me something that has both for comparison on it, because there have been so many different things that have, documents that have come in and out.
I just know he called and said it'd be hard to guarantee as late as getting in the year a stand of grass.
Yeah.
And so if we sodded it, it'd be a guarantee, but you're looking at basically $9,000. But I'll go back to again, if you spent $3,500 and you don't get a stand of grass, then you're gonna spend $3,500 again. And then possibly again, they can do it one time.
He can see that in for 9,
Sod.
sod in for 9.
Yeah, everything from the courthouse to the street, or to the back of curb, if you will, whatever. Starting, well, the entire project, except for on the west side of the sidewalk, on the north end of the building, for lack of a better way to describe it. That last parking stall on the north side, so there's a sidewalk
right,
that runs north-south there. He's not gonna sod that, just because I told him, I said, that area, I believe, is gonna get disturbed during the courthouse, at the jailhouse construction. So we left that one out of the equation.
So did I hear you say they guarantee the sod then, Tom?
I'm not too sure that 9 isn't cheap,
So-
what it sounds.
so the irrigation would go in first, and then it would be sodded over, is that right?
I assume so.
And so once it was sodded, then you would have your irrigation to go ahead and keep that stuff alive. I'm not so sure that's not, it's something that we should take.
I know which way I feel.
Yeah.
What's that?
Boy, you betcha.
Because trying to seed grass this time of year is.
You got these trees that grass isn't gonna grow underneath anyway. Grass hasn't grown out there for years.
Yeah.
So your sod's gonna be your best bet, it's gonna look nice. You spend a lot of money on the wall, you spend a lot of money.
And if it's a guarantee, I'm not so sure that that's not what we shouldn't take a look at.
It looks nice out there, I know that.
You guarantee the grass will grow,
The sod,
The sod,
or the sod will grow?
the sod will take.
As long as you keep moisture
as long as you got moisture there, we're good.
If you got your irrigation there, the sod will, no problem.
Right. It's just getting the grass established good enough to go through the winter, because if it's just a little hair coming up, I guarantee you a freeze is gonna kill it.
And that's kinda what Clement was alluding to, and that
Yeah, he's not,
we're liable to pay him again to come back in the
yeah,
spring and do it again.
and I don't believe he's wrong on that at all, I don't question that at all.
It's gonna look a heck of a lot better for him to sod down and just be done, one and done.
I'm a little surprised he's gonna do that for the price.
It's not that many square foot.
I've never been involved in it, so.
It's not that much square footage.
Sorry.
I know which way I'd vote to go for.
So I'll bring the irrigation back up, in a little while, 'cause I left that folder downstairs. By the time I go down and come back up, it's gonna be time for the next thing.
Yeah, there's
You got till, we got till 11:30.
But I thought you'd go grab it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's up to you.
You know whatever you wanna do.
I've got the, yes.
One thing, and Angie can chime in, because this was her idea, I'm just bringing it up. And she doesn't know I'm bringing this up, but, so around the courthouse sign. It's got the round, it's a round perimeter, and I was hoping to see if Clement had any extra of what's going around the building, but to put that around, because it would look, it would tie in a whole lot better.
And it would.
And it actually, after Angie had said it, I looked at it in its current form several times as I've been driving by, and it doesn't match as well as what it could. Isn't that what you had mentioned to me, Angie?
I just felt with the lines of the building being very straight and contemporary kind of in this day, that the lines would look a lot better if it was more same.
So I don't know if there's any extra of what he put in, or if he took it back and.
I didn't ask if there was any extra. We did kind of touch base on it, but.
I mean, it's kind of bad it's after the fact, he's already moved out.
This is true, but I don't know, I thought we were kind of pushing the envelope to get as far as we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not, I mean, if everybody's in agreement, I'm sure coming up with more than stones, it's not gonna be an issue, so.
The quality of work that he put in, you know,
It's top notch.
I'd mentioned to somebody, or somebody had mentioned to me, you know, what if somebody goes, wants to mess with and try to knock some of those bricks off that's around the perimeter, they're not gonna be able to, because they're glued down. They're not going anywhere, you could walk across and the glue is gonna hold you up, so it's a solid, product. If you were here during the week, he had a compactor and compacted the rock underneath there, so that if it's gonna settle, it's not gonna settle much at all. I mean, it was a whole lot more than what I thought it was gonna be, is what I'm saying.
Got your money's worth.
It looks like some very professional job.
It really does.
Yeah,
That was really,
lasers out, levels, and did it for all the way around the perimeter of the building, so. That looks done. So that's all I wanted to mention about that.
Well, as good as that looks, that gives me a little more ammunition to go to the sod versus the grass. You'll definitely get it. As long as we keep it watered, we got that responsibility. That east
You
and
would
north
think it-
wall ought to look awful good.
You'd think it would survive.
It would survive. Unless you just have a very, very difficult winter.
Your courthouse is the heart of the county, it needs to look nice, and that's the only way you're gonna have it look nice is if you got sod around it.
And that's like that stone out there, that it says Coffee County, I forget what it does say now. It would be nice to have the same stone around it.
It would.
It just dress it up that much.
And making it square versus round would probably be better,
It'd
because
be-
then you could roll your sod up right next to it.
If you try to do that round, he's gonna have to shave every block off
Mhm.
on both sides, I just think.
So we just go and don't plan on doing it, but we kind of need a price prior to, or.
Yep. Have them.
I would
Stuff
have,
back up.
I would have a problem with Tom just visiting with him and do that northeast project,
I don't care who does, whether it's Wade or Barb or whoever.
or someone, yeah.
I just know, like I say, he contacted me about guaranteeing a stand of grass and possibility of it freezing like Steve,
Yeah.
said, and then, have it come back in the spring and redo it again, so. I said, we'll get the price figured up for sod. There it is.
I think that'd probably be the best way to go.
And you're gonna have to make sure it's gonna be level and drained with sod too, so that's gonna make your ground level and draining. You're not gonna want water standing in your sod or your grass, so it's gonna look so much nicer.
But it'll stay that way too.
Yeah, yeah.
If you got that mat,
Yep.
I would think you'd have it washing.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a wash off.
Well, that'd be the other thing, if it don't take a stand, then next thing you know, you got road bridge up
Yeah.
here put up. more filter socks.
That's
So
right.
Then you're washing your dirt away.
That's like,
Side of the sidewalk.
I'm 100% for sod, man.
You take the Burlington stoplight up here, they soldered that in, what, 3 years ago or so?
something like that.
It couldn't went any better, it couldn't look any better.
It looks beautiful down there.
That's what we need out there.
So did we have 2 bids on that irrigation? Is that what you're saying? I can't remember.
I think there's 3.
So is the one, everybody's just still current before we can get them on board and get that done? Or?
As far as I'm aware, and I've not talked to them recently, the one I was most concerned with was, we did verify that their bid is still valid.
Okay. What, I thought I saw where Dig Safe has been summoned. I thought that firm, the bid we accepted or whatever, or approved or whatever, was on their way to Phoenix.
I think Barb was trying to be proactive, so that whatever happened, it got done.
Okay.
So taking some advanced mitigating measures because time is of the essence. But we're going to be in November here pretty soon.
I say roll along, get the irrigation done, get the sod in, whatever,
Keep moving.
keep moving.
I'm gonna kick this can for quite a while.
Yeah.
and then Tom, how's the other crosswalk and the light, I mean, how's that progressing?
The handicap.
The handicap side.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I was
Sorry. I just giggled just because, I put it in Jeremy's hands and Mark Davison's hands to just get together, get on a price of,
Okay, all right.
let's proceed and, yeah.
I was just curious.
But see, that area still would be solid and effective.
Oh, that's.
No, I guess, well, everything west of there would. So yeah, that needs to be rolling too, don't it?
Yeah, I was
It'd
just.
be a small area, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Do I need to call Jeremy and get on this case? Okay, just let me know.
He's a busy individual,
No, I was just.
as we all are. But yeah, no, I just giggled because, you know, we talked about the crosswalk hanging over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's going back over here. I used the 5,000 as an estimate based on another deal, and
Sure.
now we've got both sides of the road instead of one side of the road, so. I know Jeremy is supposed to be working something up
It's
with
still
the street
working.
superintendent.
Still looking for.
I asked him if he's looking for something to do, he said no.
I can't remember exactly, but you guys gonna line up approximately then with the sidewalk on the west side of the building then? Where does that line up with, Tom? I can't remember.
It's gonna have to scoot over some.
Be a little bit of a job.
It'll be a easterly jog, so to speak.
Okay. I just couldn't remember how that.
We were trying to, we talked about with Jeremy and the street superintendent, you know, knowing that people take the pass of least resistance, whether there's concrete there or not, to try and make it jive
Yeah,
to
where
where.
it won't walk across the grass.
Yeah, exactly. So, they were working on that.
Very good. Well, that old clock goes slow, doesn't it? Like watching
Water boil, or paint dry.
Yeah, paid dry.
So, someone had mentioned to me, and actually, I walked out with them late last week, some of the sidewalk where it looks like it's raising or lowering. I don't know if it is, it's not my area, but I thought I'll get with you, Tom, and show you.
I've seen a few myself. I see where the sidewalk board adjacent to the back of the curb is already pulled away about a half an inch or so.
But doesn't that have to do something with the dry weather? I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's going to affect
Everything.
everything.
just like our roads are dealing with.
Probably have to phrase out that one 4-foot piece
Right.
of sidewalk on the left, on the west side.
And it's nothing to take anything away from anybody, but I know the city streets had, some overlays done with some asphalt this year, and they're in horrible shape already. Horrible shape.
This is something,
Terrible.
this is
It's
something
nothing
we
we-
take care of later.
Nothing they did.
Yeah.
Should a person try to get some type of a filler in there to keep water from going down into those
It may not hurt.
cracks?
It may not hurt.
Seal it up, and that way water don't get in there and then freeze and heave the curb or the sidewalk?
It may not hurt. I know Burlington Construction was summoned back to do a bunch of joint sealing by River City, and that was completed, but I didn't see any over here.
It looks nice, we wanna take care of it, and if we gotta get somebody in to seal that up so that water don't get in there, cause havoc.
Yeah.
Probably better get it done.
I think there's just two spots right out here that were pointed out to me that, I mean, unless I was really looking for them, I probably wouldn't have noticed them, but they popped up just a little bit, like Tom said.
Pretty tough year.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, maybe you do, maybe you don't, the Kansas judicial branch had something happen statewide, that their e-filing system, that anything to do with the electronic operation of the entire judicial branch, is offline, and it went offline last Wednesday or Thursday. When I went to court on Thursday, I was advised the court didn't have access to any of the files because all their files are scanned, and then they click buttons on their computer and they bring up anything that's been filed to their notes. And Judge Wine didn't have access to anything, so we had to print anything that we had that would let him know at least where we were, so we wouldn't be completely shut down. We were later advised, and there's a notice, a news release by the Chief Justice of the Kansas Supreme Court, indicating that they had an issue with something within their system. They're trying to work on it, and they are going to be shut down for at least this week, maybe going into next week, which means the court system is sort of paralyzed right now. I mean, it's amazing to think that without access to whatever's on the cloud or the internet, that you can attempt to shut down the court system. So we're having to go back and rely on paper filing, which I've always liked paper files. So that's something that's ongoing, and if you have any contact with the court system, it's a real issue right now. So you see more traffic with the district court, and people toting around actual paper files. That's what that's about. Anybody who I file on right now, I'm gonna have to take down a paper complaint, and they're gonna have to file stamp it the old school way, which is what I remember up until several years ago.
I heard state of Kansas, I don't know if it was on the tag side or something, they implemented a new software system and it was bugged. Now everything's on ransom from they've got it locked down and you can't do anything. So they was alerting the counties of certain stuff that might not be able to do, send to the state for tags or something, so on and so forth, so.
Yeah, this technology is pretty nice, but
we need to be very, very aware on the county side, and this is more of a IT, Brad, and Adam issue, that we have security measures in place, so if somebody wants to try to attack the county's electronic infrastructure, that it can withstand that attack. And we get emails all the time. One came in last week saying they were me, sent to either someone in Angie's office saying they were me and asking if they'd change my account number to be more current.
Oh, another one of those banking scams?
Yeah, I sent them where they've come to me or somebody else and they said they were Tom here recently. So they're trying to get everybody, and hopefully everybody's staying vigilant. I mean, you can usually tell if you click on the email address and it's obviously not me or Tom or somebody else. It's got a weird something at Gmail. The one I got last week was from Gmail. But all they're doing is going on the county website, probably picking who they are, so you're probably next, Jesse.
Mm-hmm. Don't open anything for me, because it's not important. Have a deal here from Terry about longevity November check. Says please find attached list of employees within your department who need your approval for us to issue them longevity check in November. And I've got Tom 300, me 300, Dawn 300. Oh, Dawn 600, sorry. Cut yours in half, Dawn.
That's fine. I've been cut in half before.
Everybody good with that, or
I don't want one.
you don't want one?
No.
Tom, no? Me, no. I'm gonna initial that, you wanna initial yours? Dawn, good?
I'm not sure.
You got me.
I'm not what's on for myself.
You good?
I'm
On the
talking about
6th?
Dawn.
Pardon? You good?
You wanna
Getting your
take it?
longevity?
You wanna take the longevity check?
There you are, ma'am.
I think you signed everything else.
I think I have, feels like I have. It's not quite been a check signing day, but it's been fairly close.
So I handed out stuff that's coming for your 11:30 here. There's a few documents I didn't print out because they were so large, but I can print them out if you want them printed out. I just hated to waste all that paper. I don't know how much they're gonna fit up on the screen, so if it's something you need, let me know, I'll print it off. I just wasn't sure, so I printed off the sketches, the layout, they'll be small, but I'm sure he'll put them up on the screen, and then, so whatever else he goes over, I just got those late Friday and just saw them this morning actually, so I was making the printer work hard this morning.
Is the sheriff gonna be here for this?
Not today.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, I don't know about that. He may be here, is Tom coming up
What is it?
for the
For the River
City?
City deal?
I don't think so. So,
Just
not
move
to
the bid
steal Warren's thunder, but my understanding is, when I'm talking with him, that he's gonna be requesting that the bid due date be extended by 3 or 4 days.
A week is what this.
Does it say a week?
It didn't say here.
And he has a reason why, and instead of me relaying that to you,
Yeah.
and trying to
That's
explain.
fine.
Sure.
he's jumping on Zoom.
Be extended until October 17th at 2 p.m.
Well, the question deadline till tomorrow, which actually the question deadline was last week and the bids were this week, this Tuesday. The bid deadline has been extended till Tuesday, October 24th at 2 p.m. And the question deadline has been extended till this Tuesday. Everything just got moved a week. Evidently, in the drawings, when you look at their, changes to drawings that they did, and this one piece of paper is, in conjunction with, all the questions and answers, or all the questions that were asked prior to bid letting date of basically tomorrow. So they felt it a need to extend the bid date to get clarification on all the questions being asked, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
From the way I'm reading it.
Oh, I forgot to read it.
None of those stuff keep calling from. Sorry. Wait for him to come up.
That just came in, so I didn't get a signature thing put on it, but if you guys would make sure you get a look at that.
I wrote down the number and everything so I can RSVP.
Charles and Saban are meeting, or I mean, we're gonna meet with them too.
Got more stuff for us?
No, sir.
No. Just hiding?
Exactly.
or I can RSVP for all of you if you'd like. I didn't realize I had
Oh.
that. I didn't even read it.
Yeah. You gave a number to RSVP, and I figured I'd just do it,
Are you all,
and I just,
yeah, I didn't realize that. I saw Wade writing in his, and I thought, wait a minute, I could call and
Well, I just,
say how many.
if I don't write it down,
It didn't happen.
that's right.
Or you didn't have to be there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta, where you write the note to remember to look at your book about it, that's,
Yeah, but if I don't remember to look ahead,
Where are you gonna go?
I don't remember the date.
You'll be going?
yeah.
Okay. And then Wade, do you think you'll go?
what is it for?
It's just,
Good for your community funding or foundation.
they're gonna be talking about rural opportunity zones, just, yeah. Some stuff I'm interested in.
I would plan to attend.
Okay. And then Don and Steve let me know if you'll go, and I'll just say how many is going and who it is, and you won't have to do it
What's the
individually.
date on?
October 25th,
Next Wednesday.
next Wednesday, 6 o'clock.
Actually, it said tacos, so, yeah.
Can't get enough of them around Burlington, Kansas.
I don't go out to eat. I don't really go out to eat.
I heard Emporia's getting another Mexican restaurant.
Mm.
I don't know how many of them's there, but there's a lot of them. Right there east of McDonald's downtown where
Oh, really?
that Southern Eatery was.
Yep.
God, I wish that place would stay. That was good.
You think you'll go, Don?
When you got another one, is Monday quick enough?
I don't know.
Put me down,
Okay.
because it is an open date for me.
Was Warren at 11:30? He just ain't here yet.
Yeah. He was coming
I'm not sure yet.
straight from a funeral. So,
He's on Zoom, isn't he?
Just go ahead and put me down, and if I have to cancel, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Sure.
speaking of Warren and River City, Sidney Goldberg and Warren Moody from River City attended the USD 244 board meeting last Monday night. Seemed to be a pretty positive interaction. The board seemed to appreciate being updated and provided the information they were, the schedule, sort of the, I guess, very basic plans of what it will look like, and then the idea the efforts will be collaborative to meet the needs of the elementary school during the construction phase of the process, so that they indicated they're aware. In the morning and afternoon, that street will have to remain open so that parents can drop off and pick up, and River City is well aware of that and will coordinate their efforts to make sure that any intrusion will be minimal.
I'm sure there'll be issues and hurdles we gotta jump over.
Yeah.
Every day.
So one of the issues that will be coming is a staging or a lay-down, or I know they're gonna have a mini one here out in the parking lot. Road and Bridge has indicated they had some, space, but I'm not sure how much space they'll need and if that's enough space. And Tom will recall that at one point in time, we were before the city council of Burlington, and I mentioned if they had any available space that the county could use, and we may need to revisit that. They didn't know of any at that point in time, but they were gonna check and see, if I recall right.
Another thing to do
They
is,
don't have to know what all this stuff.
for instance, space from Sharon Hall down there is best.
I'm gonna step out of the better, see if I can get a hold of them.
Reservation by Monday the 23rd, so we'd be all right anyway the next Monday.
Well, I thought, since it just came in today, I thought I'd let you know ASAP. So I'll get y'all RSVP'd. Yes.
25th, 6 p.m. Sounds like we don't have another day.
You want me to tell you what it is? Eight four eight 785 5485. Yep, there you go. All right. But I have to admit you, so I'm gonna hang up. Thanks. Can you hear me, Warren?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
How's everyone doing?
Good. It's Monday, Warren.
So not the best way to be in a meeting. I was unavailable today. Now I'm back home and I'm in my garage. So you got a lot of tech.
So you're up on, you're live, Warren. The commissioners are aware there's a request to extend the bid date, and I'll let you take over from there.
Okay. Our original bid date was this Thursday, the 19th at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. I know one of our concerns from the start of this was our general works package. Our general works package consists of doors, frames, hardware, the casework, odds and ends such as overhead doors, laundry equipment, setting of correctional frames while masonry's going up. Right now, we have at least 2, potential 3 General Works bidders who said they were going to be bidding this. But due to the amount of scopes we have under that General Works package, they requested, at least 2 of them requested that we extend this to October 24th or the 26th. The 24th worked with River City, the 26th worked with none of us because of a prior engagement that we all had. So we didn't want to take that chance of not getting General Works numbers come bid day. This happens a lot. Happens 9 times out of 10. A bid day will generally get pushed back a day or 2, but it's got to be for a good reason. But I wanted to relay that to you. We feel that we will get some General Works numbers, and some complete General Works numbers if we do push this back. It's just 3 business days. So instead of this Thursday, it's the following Tuesday. And I just wanted to make you guys aware of that, and the reason why. And the reason why was General Works bidders were requesting it to give them time to get 5 or 6 lower tier numbers as part of their package.
There's a lot of stuff for them to look at, and so it does take extra time to evaluate the bid package.
Yeah, and how to set this up, it's not ideal. If we were in our working area, a lot of the times River City would take on some self-performed numbers on this. It's a big enough scope. We're looking for smaller general contractors to step in and do this. Give you an example, Lynn County, we had a small general contractor handle our General Works package, Combs Construction out of Bucyrus. They unfortunately aren't bidding this, but we had, like I said, at least 2 that I think are serious about this. One of them's out of Emporia, another outfit out of Lee Summit, Missouri, Kansas City metro area. So it's an important enough. We would hate to not have any numbers on this come bid day, then we'd be bidding it out again anyway. We think it's the right move to make.
Sounds like it to me.
It sounds like kind of almost a customer deal, though. Look, 9 projects like this, 9 out of 10, one extra. I guess my question is if they always need 2, 3, 4 days out, why didn't they start a week early? But it's history now, so.
Well, to answer that, we sent bid invites to hundreds of people at the start of this. Some bidders that we thought this would be up their alley or in the realm of things they want to do, well, come to find out that due to their workload, they're unable to bid it. So after the fact, we started beating the streets about a week after. We reached out to the AGC of Kansas City. Through them, we got some more names and numbers. So, and when the original plan, and your point, a lot of times bids are pushed back due to like a late addendum. The design team gets us something that we just got to give, and primarily it's the mechanical, electrical, plumbing stuff, a little more time to get numbers from their main suppliers. But in this case, who we thought might be bidding this General Works decided that they weren't. So, yeah, it's like us going out for bid about a week later on trying to find these people. So, that's our reason, and it happens quite often.
I don't have any other questions for him.
I don't.
Tom?
I don't have any questions.
Is there need to be a motion to
That's what.
go ahead and approve this till Thursday of next week?
So the original,
Tuesday?
was there,
It'll, Tuesday of next week, 3 business days, instead of the 19th, it'll be the 24th.
I don't know that there was a motion to,
Made a motion to send it out for bid, I remember.
yeah. But I think it's been published in the paper and published online, so it probably wouldn't hurt to have a motion, just this body approving the request to extend the bid due date from this Thursday at 2 p.m. to
October 24th.
October 24th at 2 p.m. Is that right, Warren?
Yes, sir.
And then, when the opening group?
Warren, Commissioner McCurry just asked when the bid opening date would be and what that would look like.
We were asked for bids to be turned to the county clerk before that time of 2 p.m. Central Standard Time on the bid day, which we've requested be the 24th. We got to talk about getting a room. Probably the same place we had our pre-bid meeting. There's a conference room down in the basement there. If that's available, we'd like to use that again. Then we would organize them, and we would start reading the bids aloud, starting with our work category 3, the concrete, moving into masonry, which is 4, 5, so on and so forth. If there is no or only one bidder, say if there's only one bidder on the work category, sometimes they'll tell you they're going to bid and somebody decides not to at the last second. We will not read that aloud in case we decide we have to rebid a package. But ideally, we'll have 2 or more bids per work category, and it'll be public knowledge, be read aloud, and then we will start our scope review soon after that, because, low bid may not necessarily mean a complete bid, and we'll start that scope review process. Once we get through the scope reviews, and tally up all the numbers, if everything's complete, we'll present our numbers to the commission, and knowing that our budget cannot exceed $30 million. So,
Thank you.
no problem.
Do we have a special meeting that day to listen in on this and go ahead to either approve or deny?
This is, River City is opening the bids, and then their findings will be presented to the board, if I understand correctly.
The following Monday or this afternoon?
I think they need to review the bids and see if they meet the requirements of what this project entails, and then if they do, then Warren or somebody will come before the board and make that presentation. Is that right, Warren?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we need to verify the scopes of all the different bidders, or the low potential bidders. A lot of times we'll have, I'll go back to Lynn's example, we had 2 mason, an outfit out of Kansas City, an outfit out of Pittsburgh, who were within about $50,000 of each other. And come to find out, one of them did not have winter heating, the propane, the tinning into their scaffold in their quote, like we had asked them to in their work category. And after they gave us enough charge to provide that, they were not low. So it's making sure their bids are complete for our written out scopes.
Warren, let's say you get some of the categories that come in and they meet the scope of work requirements, but others don't. Will you present the ones that do? For example, I think electrical, some of the things that have to do with electrical, there's a long procurement time, and the sooner those get put in place, the better, versus others that may be able to wait.
Yeah, we'll definitely prioritize, we release the subcontracts once we, get approval on our GMP. Electrical is always one of the first ones, concrete, due to the, reefing steel, getting those coming, structural steel. So, yeah, we will prioritize, certain packages before others and getting them released. So, we're fully aware of the lead times with, the switch gear and, the transfer switches associated with them. Yes, that would be our plan to, get those out first. Now, you had mentioned something about, notifying the paper or something. Gabe Rodriguez sent, Wade, I believe it was to you and Angie on Friday of last week regarding just like a notification on, getting something onto your old website, the county's website. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure, I noticed that Friday afternoon. Want to make sure you've seen that.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there something also gonna be provided to the paper as well? Do you know?
I don't know. I know there was a handful of attachments associated with that. I know, there was one that was associated with addendum 2. Our due date for RFIs are tomorrow, and addendum 3 will go out, soon after that, so prior to, 24th bid date.
You might see if you can get in contact with Gabe, if he can shoot something to the paper, because they could, I think, get it in this week's paper.
Okay, I'll call him after this.
And where he sent it the last time, I think is where he would send it this time as well.
Okay. I'll be sure to call him.
With that being said, motion to formalize it.
Motion to extend the bid receive date from Tuesday, October 17th at 2 p.m., extended to October 24th at 2 p.m.
I believe, wasn't it the 19th?
Oh, was it the 19th?
The 19th at 2 p.m.
What direction of the 19th?
With extended, you'll go to October 17th.
But Warren, I'm correct,
We're
the
going to
current
October
due
20.
date is
We're going to October.
the 19th at 2, right?
Yeah, that was the original bid date, this coming Thursday, October 19th.
You did say 3 days, yeah. Are you typing, Angie?
I got it typed.
Move to extend bid receive date for the jail this Thursday, October 19th at 2 p.m. until Tuesday, October 24th, 2023 at 2 p.m.
Should I put for the jail construction project?
What do you got for the jail? I mean, I'm sure that's fine.
Coffee County Law Enforcement.
Yeah, Coffee County Law Enforcement, so that would look much better.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Motion to extend the bid receive date for Coffee County Law Enforcement Center from this Thursday, October 19th, 2023 at 2 p.m. until October 24th, 2023 at 2 p.m.
So moved. I'd second that.
Moved by Huguet and seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, Warren.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it, Warren.
See you.
And that brings us to lunchtime.
Lunch.
lunchtime.
My favorite activities.
Only one-handed though.
Yeah, I know, it's cutting me down.
Can't hardly,
Losing weight,
hardly eat
yeah.
a big cheeseburger with one hand.
I can tell you it is.
All right, with that being said, got anything else?
Just makes me think of the Geico commercial where, former NFL lineman, he's up drawing stuff. Big CD.
Yeah.
Lunchtime.
Yeah. I like the new one with Patrick Mahomes and the insurance guy and Big Red sitting there eating and grabs his fries and munch on them. All right, we'll recess until 1 o'clock.
Then he wants to go to county yard.
All right.
1 o'clock, yeah.
1 o'clock, we're here for our, whatever you want to call it, work session. Raymond James, Greg Grimberg, Fisher Pattison, Charles Branson, and Sam Green with Burns and McDonald.
And Burns and McDonald.
Yeah, and Burns and McDonald. CHIPS Project Infrastructure Discussion Work Session. Who's first?
And then this is, let him connect.
Sam, Charles.
That's all.
Oh, wow. Have everybody sign in?
No, well, I should go, I have them all signed in with these last three, so.
Can you hear on Zoom?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
There we go. Now we got a face to the name.
How you doing, guys?
Good. Good.
And if you want to go ahead and pronounce your name, because I always get it wrong to begin with, so,
Ken who?
on Zoom.
Yeah, certainly. So, pleasure to meet you all. My name is Joel Canchola. I pronounce my first name in Spanish, Joel. It's spelled like Joel. So appreciate the clarification and opportunity to get that corrected.
Welcome to our meeting.
Appreciate your time.
And, well, I don't know if you can see the audience or not, but Matt's here now, and then I think pretty much everybody else we're expecting just walk in the room, so.
Okay.
And I think the lead is going to be Greg.
Greg's the lead. Greg's the lead, come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greg Barnberg with Raymond James, and I thought I would start off, the purpose of the discussion this afternoon is to talk about the program management agent, what that role is, why it's needed, what services would be provided under that agreement, and Burns and Mac fulfilling that role. But I thought it might be helpful to just set the stage for going back over the plan of finance for the projects that will be completed, and then why the need for that program management agent. So I'll provide some opening comments, and then we've got a number of other people here in the audience that can help address some specific topics or answer any questions. But when you think about the KSMC project that is being proposed, it is really a combination of quite a few different projects. You have what are called the covered entities, or the companies that will be building facilities at the site. They will be constructing buildings, buying equipment, and then some work on their actual site. But you could have multiple of those covered entities doing projects at the same time. Then also you could have other projects that are happening that are related to those, and those projects could be anything from water and wastewater improvements, road work, site work, fencing. So you could have a lot of construction activity being completed at the same site by several different parties, and those different aspects of construction could be even funded from different sources. When you think about the covered entities and how they will finance their projects, I tend to think of it really in kind of 3 or 4 categories. Under the CHIPS Act, they allow for companies to issue their own debt or corporate bonds or loans, and those bonds can be in part backed by a federal loan guarantee, and so that's a pretty important component of the plan of finance for the covered entities. But then also the CHIPS Act allows for grant dollars or grant money to be paid to those companies to help pay for part of their costs. So you can have the Department of Commerce or the federal government providing grants or incentives to move those projects along. And then the CHIPS Act even allows for a direct loan, where instead of going out to lenders or investors to provide the financing, the Department of Commerce can play the role of bank or investor and provide a direct loan. And in working with all of the covered entities that are planning projects there at the KSMC site, each of their plans has all three of those are important components to their plan of finance. But in addition to the loans or grants, the covered entities could have equity investments in their companies, and so you would have equity investors that are also there wanting to see that the projects are done right and completed properly. So then when you shift over to what could be governmental projects, and I would say that none of these the details have been set in stone as to how we would proceed. But when you think about a project of this magnitude, there will be utility improvements that are needed, water lines that will be needed, probably some street and road work, maybe some highway work. There's a lot of infrastructure projects that could be initiated by a governmental entity, could be everything from KDOT to a utility to a county, providing financing for some of these components. And those costs could be passed on to the covered entities. Again, that hasn't been defined, but what I wanted to really paint is this picture of multiple projects coming from multiple financing sources that could all be happening at the same time, and everybody has the same interest in mind. Getting this to come together as efficiently and as cost effectively as possible to the end goal of having a successful project there on the site. So when you think back to the financing for the covered entities, and I had mentioned that our firm, Raymond James, has been working closely with those entities. For example, a bond issue that may be completed, and this would not be a county bond issue, this would be a corporate bond for a corporate financing of that entity. That financing is payable from revenues of the company. And so when you think about the risk to a bondholder, one of the first things a bondholder is going to point out is that there is a considerable amount of construction risk. You can't generate revenues from the project unless the project is built successfully. And so if the bond investors are providing not only the long-term financing, but the construction financing, they will want to make sure that they have as many safeguards in place to make sure that the bond proceeds, the corporate bond proceeds, are spent properly, and that money is, when it is being paid to a contractor, that the construction work was done properly and the amount being spent was appropriate given the level of work that was completed. So anytime you have, we call that type of a financing project finance. Anytime you have a project finance opportunity and you have investors that are really taking the construction risk and are payable from project revenues, the investors will require, in our role as either an underwriter or placement agent, we will require that we have somebody overseeing construction. Not doing the construction work, but independent of the construction company, watching to make sure all of the work is done properly, and that when we get a construction draw request, that the work was done properly and the amount is correct relative to the work that was done. And you don't have to, fortunately I wasn't involved in this project, but it's a perfect example of how things can go the wrong direction pretty quickly. There's a ethanol plant in north central Missouri that got 2/3 built, and then they ran out of money to complete the project. And that's about as bad as it gets from a bond investor perspective, because now all of the money is gone and you really don't have any collateral. So the only way is to throw more money at it to hopefully get it done, or just take your loss and move on. That's really what a program management agent does, is it is watching the project on behalf of the bond investors to make sure things are going as planned and that we're on track for the money that we've allocated to build the project, and that construction is occurring according to specifications, so that you don't pour concrete and then find out, hey, wait a minute, that was poured wrong. Now we got to pay the money to tear that out and start all over. It becomes even more important when you think about multiple projects occurring at the same site at potentially the same time, because now you're coordinating not just the efforts of the one construction company for the one covered entity project, but you may have road work and utility work and another covered entity working on that same site. So as we were working with the covered entities to help them with their applications to the Department of Commerce, we made the recommendation that we need to select a program management agent that would have that oversight role to be, and we needed to get them on board during the proposal process, because it's going to be important from our perspective to even being able to complete a financing for a covered entity project, but also, and part of the reason I explained the plan of finance is that it's not just us in our role as an underwriter for that corporate bond issue, but it's also the Department of Commerce and the federal government. They will want to know that their money is being spent wisely, and they're not going to end up in that situation where they throw a bunch of money at a project and it's not built properly. And then if you add to that, then if you bring in equity investors for one of these covered entities, they have that same interest. Their money is not invested wisely if the project can't be built properly and get the project up and operational and producing product and generating revenue and creating jobs here in the community. And I don't want to speak for you, but I would sense that the county probably feels that same way. The ultimate goal is to get these projects built as efficiently as possible without any missteps, and have the companies up and operational and creating jobs here in the community. So for that reason, during the preparation of the full application for the covered entities, we had recommended, let's go ahead and get the program management agent selected. And typically it's the lead lender, or in our case, we're playing the role of lender because we're underwriting the bonds that will finance the project. Typically the lead lender will impose or require that program management agent be a part of any financing. We felt that it was a wise move to get that on board during the application process, because we could also point out to the Department of Commerce, look, we not only have a good plan for construction, a good plan for operations and management of these facilities, but we also have a nationally recognized firm that will be overseeing all of the construction, and our thought was that should give the Department of Commerce a level of comfort that we've got our act together and we've got a really good plan with some experts that know what they're doing to watch over the project. So that's how we got to the point of proceeding towards selecting the program management agent. And it was a committee of myself and the covered entities and a couple of others. I think Saban was involved in kind of getting that process moving ahead. But it was really at our recommendation to go ahead and get that program management agent selected. Now it spills over to the county when you start thinking about all of the work that's occurring, and even beyond the county. If we have some other entities that may be utilities, still to be determined who's going to be bringing utilities to the site, but that could be somebody other than the county. You could even have somebody like a KDOT that is making some highway improvements. So now we've got all of this construction activity that's occurring on the same site, and I still feel that everybody benefits. Governmental and private sector entities all benefit for this coming together as efficiently as possible without any mistakes. And that's what led to the discussion here today, is that we see the value, and it's my recommendation that we have Burns and McDonald as program management agent for the covered entity projects. Also have them be the one entity that's overseeing anything that might be outside of the covered entities or something that might be financed by the governmental entities. So I hope that helps. I wanted to kind of set the stage for the discussion and this afternoon and how we got to this point. I'll stop there, and I know we've got some other experts in the room that can address more specific topics, but before I step away, any questions at this point?
The only question or statement I may have, Greg, I was starting to make notes, and I apologize for quit making notes.
Okay.
I can't keep up with it.
Sorry if I talked too fast.
Well, that's not your fault. But, it's going to be hard for us to understand all the steps. When everything's moving at such a rapid pace, we got to rely on experts to lead us in the right direction. We're here to represent our citizens. A little bit difficult to represent them as truthful as we possibly can when it's moving so fast.
Yeah, and I appreciate you actually using that phrase, moving so fast. I mean, as you know, there's not construction occurring at the site right now, but we have taken the approach that while we're waiting on getting a response from the Department of Commerce, let's get some of these discussions out of the way while we can and get some of these things in place, because I can only imagine that, I mean, things are moving fast right now. It's a very complex project, a lot of pieces, but once we get approval from the Department of Commerce, I think things will even move faster. And anything that we can address now and have it set up to make things move more smoothly and efficiently when we get that green light is, I think, time well spent on our part.
When's the expected date of that green light right now?
So I can't remember the exact date of when we put in the full application. We had the window open up in late spring, early summer. It was probably July when we put in the full application. And, Department of Commerce, this is my opinion, but it feels like they had a lot more statements of interest than they initially thought. This is a new program for them. I sense it may be a little overwhelming for them. They did come out and say, I believe it was in the last week or two, that they expect to be making some announcements this fall. And we feel that the project that we have in front of them is one of the ones that they're focusing on, and that we have a decent chance of getting some news here soon. And so, here we are, we're in the fall, so it could be at any point. But I would also say that predicting interest rates is maybe a little easier than predicting timing of governmental response from the federal government. It's just, we're at their mercy, and we just don't know when they'll get to us. But I don't think we're talking about years. I think we're talking about what could be weeks or months, and hopefully not a whole lot of months.
Some of the information we had here 6 weeks ago, kind of a target date to work with coming out of DC was going to be September 30.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of beyond that date, and that's when citizens start asking questions: where are we at, and how do we proceed ahead?
Yeah, and we're as anxious as the citizens, and we're as anxious as you, and then we're as anxious as the covered entities. And we have asked Department of Commerce for feedback or specific dates, and they won't go so far as to tell us, here's where you stand, and we'll be getting back to you on this date. So the best we can do is just guess based on some of the things that we're seeing when we might have a chance of hearing back from them. But, I do sense that from some of the things that we are seeing and hearing that I still truly believe that there's reason to be optimistic on this project. And we're hopeful that we get a green light soon. And until we get to that point, I think the best thing we can be doing is some of these things, like we're doing today, of let's get matters addressed and things in place that we can control today, because we'll have plenty to address when we get that green light.
Nothing will happen if the government shuts down either. Keep that
I
in
know,
mind.
well, and that, when we were, there was a part of me that thought, well, that may speed up an announcement, and then it didn't. But then now, what was it, 45-day extension, and so, honestly, I wish I could answer that question. It's the one we're all anxious to get a response on. But I do truly believe that this project has some special aspects that will get it some attention and give us a real good shot of having a nice project here in your community. But I hope the discussion on how we got to the PMA role and what the value is, and I even believe there's value to the county of having that oversight and making sure this is all done properly. Any other questions before I step aside? I don't want to take everybody else's time this afternoon.
That's why we're doing it at 1 o'clock. Everybody can take as much time as they want or need.
We're nothing but a sponge. We want to try to absorb everything we can.
And I do appreciate you
I'm a
coming
big
in.
sponge.
It's best way I can describe it is, most of you all probably been down this kind of road before, and it's new for us. So the more you can advise us, educate us, take some time, not use too many acronyms, so that you completely understand what you're saying. You probably know the acronyms better than we do, just like the last one. You just used
PMA. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
But that's a good point. You will hear PMA. That stands for Program Management Agent. That is really the Burns and McDonald role, oversight role that I had mentioned. And Matt and Hoel can talk in more detail about their role. But also you may hear the term ITA. I think of that as a task order. So really, and I'll let Matt and Hoel or even Sam and Charles correct me if they view it differently, but the PMA agreement itself, the Program Management Agent Agreement, is really the framework from which you then will create task orders. And task orders are specific projects. So putting the Program Management Agent Agreement in place is really just putting that framework in place. A task order, for example, on a covered entity, it will be construction of the TEM building would be a task order, and that is specific construction, specific activity, and that's when you actually see the work being completed and the compensation to Burns and McDonald being paid for their role. So what we're really talking about is putting a framework in place from which those task orders can be entered into. I'll step aside. I'm happy to step back up if you have any further questions, but not sure who we had planned to go next, but I'd certainly go next.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt Carpenter with Burns McDonald. I think I was here in May and learned a lot more about this since that time. And we still got a lot of questions as our, everybody in this room is putting together the pieces. So I don't want to come up and act like I've got all the answers here, but I can kind of let you know what we've been working on and what we're seeing. And Hoel, feel free to jump in. Without getting into too much of the mechanics of the paperwork or anything, when we were originally selected for this, the idea was, there's a handful of different owners that are going to occupy sites, plots at the site, and each of them is going to be constructing one or more buildings. And so in order to meet the bondholders' expectations, as well as just overall coordination, we were asked to propose on the program management agent role. And I will say, when we use terms like that, it doesn't mean anything until you write a scope of work and have a contract, because the words management can mean 100 things to different people. So usually there's a document somewhere that's very specific on all those tasks. So we've got these owners that are going to hire us to help make sure that they're getting the right level of construction progress before they're making payments for that. But also they're dependent on one another. A lot of these different companies are making a product that's an input to one of the others, and so somebody has to say, are we all on track, or is your project ahead of mine, or is yours behind, and I'm going to get my project done, and then you're not going to provide to me, whatever product I need. And where the county comes in is y'all currently own the land, and you're coordinating with some of these utilities that are going to come to it, with different government entities as well. And so that makes everybody's a player now too, because we don't want somebody to construct a building at this site and they need, you know, water, for example, or electricity. And, you know, the question's going to be, is it going to be ready on time? Can I turn on the lights and run my process on the day my building's ready? And so what that really kind of rolls up to is the need to keep an eye on just overall coordination, scheduling, and scope between all the parties. And then each of those parties individually will be doing the finance side of it, the reporting, making sure that are we getting the right level of reporting, are we getting the are we watching the dollars in versus the actual progress and, you know, bricks and mortar, to make sure that we're not getting over our skis. And so where that all starts in our role is we would normally author those requirements for each of those projects of saying we're going to have a schedule of this level of detail, and it's going to be put together in this format, and the financial reporting, the budget's going to be put together using this information, and then when we're doing the monthly payment applications, here's the information that the contractors are going to have to provide. And so it creates a need for commonality, so that we're all speaking the same language, especially if it's being aggregated into a master schedule, so we can check for conflicts from one project to the next. But then it also requires some commercial terms that each of those entities that's reporting, whether it's the construction contractor or even a covered entity that's kind of reporting to the rest of the group, each of those has a level of frequency and detail imposed on them, so that they're not saying, well, I'm not going to use that software, or I'm not going to give you that much detail, or I'm not going to report that frequently. So there's what we're kind of been talking about the last couple of months is an implementation phase. And this is something we're pretty comfortable with, except there's a lot of different companies here, and there would be a separate agreement basically with each company for each project, but somewhere the commonality has to be imposed. And you know, the different kind of comparisons we've had would be either like as a master developer, which would be a private developer purchases land and makes a subdivision, but then also what's effectively like a homeowners association. It's a set of rules that everybody benefits from by having commonality. And in this case, the county currently sits in that role as the owner of the land that is going to be selling off these plots. And that's where it kind of gets outside of our purview, and we've got some other folks here with more experience with contracts of, is it the county directly? Is it an entity that's chartered by the county? Does it actually execute any of these infrastructure projects, or all of those as separate entities? And I think some of those questions are yet to be answered unless somebody hears. I know that we've got folks who've been doing research into Kansas law and, you know, what would be best. But then the other thing is, you know, the county's been spending money, you've already bought the land, and so understanding the plan of finance of how much are the covered entities or these individual companies, how much are they paying for, and then anything that's a common cost, like the site grading, or at least the initial site grading, maybe some fencing, things like that. Who does that? How does it get paid for? And how does that cost get reimbursed? You know, again, like a subdivision developer, they would maybe put in roads or grade an overall site, start building houses, and then that cost gets baked into those houses. I think part of the reason we're here and kind of calling a working session is it takes a lot of smart people to answer some of those. And so if nothing else, we may walk away with a to-do list on, here's our list of questions and here's who's expected to answer those between the various folks in the room. So, Well, or I guess anybody back here, I don't know if I'm heading the right direction for what.
You are for me.
Yeah, I would add some clarification on, you know, the original intent of the program management agency agreement or RFP we responded to was to take an existing defined or known program, right, and compliancy requirements and act as, you know, on behalf of the county and multiple stakeholders to make sure that the tracking, reporting, the cost segregation, scope segregation are all following the expectations and the compliancy requirements for those various grants and partnership agreements. So that's the intent of the program management agency agreement and our original response to the RFP. I would suggest that one of the, as we onboarded and got to learn more where this program is at current state and where it's been a bit of a pivot from the first time our folks were in front of you guys, there's not as well of a defined compliancy. You guys haven't received the CHIPS application response from the U.S. Department of Commerce. So there's a lot of moving parts and pieces and a lot of decisions that are pending that application and knowing what is available and what's not available. So that's where recently we've been having conversations and saying, we're now in pre-planning, front-end planning, program implementation, pre-development services in supporting where you're at and how do we get to more of a defined program that we can then, manage and protect all compliancy and tracking and reporting. So that's where we're looking for some guidance on how do we get involved on the front end to help define the program and support this project and this development from a pre-development, pre-planning standpoint, so that once we do have a better understanding of the Department of Commerce response and what funds are available, and other grants for that matter. There may be county, state, and city grants and incentive programs that are being taken advantage of as well, and those certainly will have other expectations and requirements that we want to make sure that we're setting it up. And some of the private entities are eager to get going, and I think some of them may be 2 steps ahead of us, and we want to make sure that we're following process and procedures and expectations and not realizing that things were not necessarily followed the way they were intended to. So that's just one of the clarifications that I wanted to add there.
Yeah, something I might state too, almost speaking on behalf of Greg, something that has been occurring to us as we've worked through this progress is that I think the overall, risk of the project moving forward is low. I think there's a high probability. Greg has, indicated he's got a high level of confidence. But the problem is, you got to have all the information before you can start moving forward on the finance side. And so we don't believe these projects are dependent on Commerce, but unfortunately we need their response in order to add that to the overall plan. And so it's in some ways we're moving quickly, and in other ways we're moving slower than we should. I know at least a couple of the entities have already got folks that they want to work with on the construction side. And like I said, from our role, we like to be kind of the first one there, and we like the plan to be developed so that those requirements can get entered into, so that anybody that comes on board the project can say, yeah, here's all the requirements that you're expected to abide by. And so what that means is we almost have to do it before we have all the information. And so it's been, I think we're all learning together here. But what has happened is it's become obvious that we would like to begin drafting these requirements of, okay, you're going to be at this industrial park, and the developer who's currently the county sits in that role has these expectations. You're going to provide us with this much detail, and it's going to be this frequently. And by the way, we know that down the road, everybody on the site is going to be required to hire somebody for those same roles to be able to handle the financial reporting that's required by the bondholders. And so it's basically authoring that set of requirements is one of the first things that we're advocating for doing. And what that means is somebody ends up getting paid to write those. It's kind of like who writes the bylaws for the homeowners association. It's usually not the contractor that's acting as a developer, and it's usually not the first person to buy a house at the site. Usually they'll start with a company that does that for a living, that writes these rules and says, yeah, these are reasonable to impose these will create benefits for your community, and these other ones are, they have to be drafted in a way that they're clear and unambiguous, so that everybody knows what they're signing up for, as well as anybody that has a financial interest in the success of the project is getting the information they need. If I'm buying a plot of land there to build a facility, I want to have a schedule that says I'm going to have power and electricity when I need it, and it's going to be the right amount. If you're the entity that's paying for that water and electricity, you want the information from the users to say it needs to be this size and this capacity, and it needs to be ready by this date. And then both of those entities are going to want somebody saying, like, yeah, this guy's project is on schedule to support this guy's project, and vice versa. We don't need to accelerate here because this other guy doesn't need it yet.
And that's where you guys come in.
Yeah, that's basically what we're saying is we believe that the first task we need to do is work with everybody to write those rules. And then those will be implemented by a separate individual agreement with each of the companies after that point.
So each entity will have their own project managers, and then you'll be over the entire project.
More or less, yeah. And we'll be serving in a role that I think I've heard various terms used, construction manager or contractor, and those folks are typically they're at risk, they have profit and loss, and we're acting as a consultant. We're gonna charge by the hour. We'll agree on a level of effort up front and the tasks that we're going to do under that. And a lot of times those are done over a time period as well. So what we would say is, okay, well, for this implementation phase, the following tasks need to be done by the end of the year, and we think it'll take this many people working on it with a certain level of effort between now and then. Let's draft, Greg referred to ITA or just task order. Let's author that task. Let's agree on what the estimate for those services are and what the deliverables are. What is the definition of a successful outcome of that activity would be the work product that's put together. And obviously, if change can happen, I think we talked about that last time. When they do, one of the requirements is to identify that. Hey, okay, guys, this is a change. Let's talk. Where do we go now? Do we forego the change and move on without it? Do we get an estimate for what it's going to take? And that's change management is something that we're very comfortable with doing as well. I mean, it's in our business. So
Sounds like a huge project. I mean,
yeah, well, and I tell everybody the thing I don't like is I have to go to the county and say, I'd like you to pay me to do something, I'll give you a stack of papers when it's all done. But those are going to dictate how the actual bricks and mortar gets done and how we manage the risk on that. And it's also significantly lower dollars that we're spending now versus when we really get into the yellow iron out there starting on the work. So, like Greg said, it's complicated mostly just because of the number of different players involved in it. And the amount of decisions that they're going to have to agree on. And so the county's in a position to impose some of those requirements by saying, look, if you're purchasing land at my site, I'm going to expect, and if I'm working to get infrastructure improvements for it, here's the requirements I'm going to impose on your company in order to build a facility at the site. And likewise, Raymond James, working on behalf of the bondholders, is also going to say, look, if you're going to borrow our money in order to build your facility, we need to know at the end of the day we're going to get more than a 2/3 of the way finished project that isn't going to do anything. So what that means is everybody wants the same thing. Everybody wants common tracking of schedule and progress, common methods for tracking cost, even though they are going to be segregated by different owners. It allows us to answer the questions of, are we going to get done on time? Are we on budget? And we can do that in a more holistic approach, even though there's so many individual projects that are done. And what's a little bit different here is it's done for a lot of different owners too. So each of those contractual relationships may be entirely separate, but we want to at least bring some common information so that everybody's on the same language. Because the worst thing we could have is one project says I'm 30% complete, and the other project says, well, the foundations are done, and we're like, how do those even compare to each other? So we would like to be able to, assist with that in this role, not only as program management agent for each individual company and their project, but also for the developer and some of these other entities, the utilities, if anything else, the utility is gonna say, how big does it need to be, and when does it need to be done by, and when is my access? And so, even if there's no construction contract in place between those different parties, they are making commitments to each other, so.
So in your past experience, something to this magnitude, I guess, or this size, how is it normally handled? I mean, does the property owner normally go through and do the infrastructure, build the roads, bring the water inside the road structure, along the road structure? I mean, how does it normally handle? I mean, that's a question that I know's on everybody's mind here. First off, you gotta figure out who's gonna buy the land and where they're gonna build that. You don't want somebody to come in and say, I want this plot, this plot, this plot, I wanna build here now, but I wanna do this later on. Well, sorry, that's not gonna work, because we might wanna sell the property to somebody else, so you're not gonna be able to gobble it up. So in a whole picture, I mean, I sit here and I've been on that ground 1,000 times, and you know, I see the ridge on the east side going west, and I see roads on both sides of it, and I see an island where the buildings are gonna be built. You know, Billy's not gonna wanna pay for Jack's roadway when Jack builds his builds his building over there. You know, that's gonna, I mean, who takes care of that?
So the first answer is the developer is initially, it's really whoever decides to do a project, they're initially at risk for everything. But this program has a good opportunity here because there's grants available for some of the infrastructure. We kind of talked about a few of those. Obviously, our customers that are going to buy land, they're coming in with an advantage because it's a favorable market right now, and there's government help available to them. So their timing and their scope and some of this government funding, it puts everybody at a little bit higher level, higher probability of success, and I think that's why we're all pretty excited about this. But as far as that allocation, the current owner of the land, the county, does or doesn't have to do anything until there's an agreement with any of these entities. So, for example, you wouldn't have to reserve that corner lot for that owner unless you have an agreement to do so. And it could be a no cost of saying, all right, you got 12 months, at which time you got to buy the land. Or you got 12 months, and if you don't buy it then, you're going to have to pay me a severance fee. All of that can be contracted. And I'm not advocating for any of these, I'm just kind of giving examples. But then likewise, the other parties, there's already been some negotiations, and I'm kind of glad Saban's the one that has to deal with some of that, but they're working on some of the allocation of where is the best place to put these different facilities, knowing that, you do have elevation changes, we've got wastewater, and gravity flow and things like that to be concerned with. We want to do it in a way that's efficient, that we don't put the incoming power over there and all the big power users over here. And so a lot of that is being done, and that's relatively normal course, except like we said, there's just a lot of different entities here. And there's some questions unanswered. They've had to take a look at what's the initial build look like, what's the future builds, and that's very much we know at least one of the entities is going to say, like, I want these plots of land, but I'd rather not actually buy it just yet. And that can be a contract. Yeah, here's a contract to reserve that land until X date. And if you don't buy it at that point, here's what happens. So all of that has to be played. As far as the allocation of infrastructure, we have to agree on a methodology. Is it based on usage? Is it based on frequency of trucks or square footage of buildings? There's all kinds of different ways to allocate it, but at the end of the day, it needs to be allocated. And whoever pays for it, whether it's the individual, maybe the developer just takes it up to this point. After that, the land purchasers, they're on their own for the rest of that. But then that initial part, the developer, the county, everybody's going to want to recover their money on this. And how does that done? Is it through the valuation of that plot of land, that when I sell that to the company that's going to build a building there, how is the value of that determined? And part of that might be the input cost. Well, I paid this much for the land, but then I had to spend this much on a road, and I got some grants, and so I really only put this much out of pocket. And so myself as the developer, as the seller of the land, I agree that this is my investment in that, and you as the company that wants that land to build a building, come to an agreement that, yeah, that's a fair valuation for that land. So we talk about moving fast, but all of these things have yet to be done, and I don't believe Burns McDonnell is going to be doing every one of those, but we can be available. We certainly could, and if the parties get partway through the project and we're like, hey, we never got an appraiser on board. What's the best way to estimate this? And should it be based on what did we pay for the land and the improvements, or should it be based on what would it be worth on the open market? And then, some of the attorneys are going to have the task of drafting that agreement of here's the purchase agreement, and here's what it comes with it. And likewise, the person that's going to locate on there says, well, I want some commitments that, okay, like, is the wastewater plant been built yet? And am I buying the land now and I'm relying on that wastewater plant to be done in order for my project to be successful? So I want a commitment that if that doesn't happen, then the entity I'm purchasing it from is going to take care of my wastewater, or somehow we'll come up with a solution. So with this many companies involved, nobody wants to get stuck, where they've spent money on something and now they're not getting what they expected out of it. And so, as a design build program management agent in our role, I'm used to seeing all of that written down on pieces of paper, and various, sometimes there's some compensation for whatever cost it may be. I'm going to get compensated for the investment I made. Whether you build here or not, I need to get paid back for that. And so some of that is on the engineering and construction side, where we define what that widget is, and then some of it's on the legal side, where it gets written into a contract.
There's only so many square feet of black dirt out there, and you want to put as much on it as you can and not be wasting any of it.
Right. Yeah. Everybody wants to get their best value for their investment, and some of those are very, very highly dependent on the other parties involved in this. So.
So if I may add some clarification, you asked who traditionally would do that. So traditionally speaking, you would have a master developer, right? And in this case, if a master developer were developing this property, they would intentionally be developing an industrial park. And they would then have a land development pro forma, which would include the land cost, the cost to improve that land, right, which are hard costs, and then the utility and infrastructure and common improvements costs, and then soft costs to zone and title and have proper land use and taxes and all of that fun stuff. And that pro forma would help develop that financial model for the purchase and sale agreement of plots or lots or subdivisions for others tenants that intend on either leasing or purchasing part of the development. So all of those, would be developed together, and that's essentially how that investment for that front-end developer is made, but made with the understanding that it's calculated, it's understood, and in some cases there's a lead or anchor tenant, and in this case you guys have one with TEM, the fab, then that is the super user, and that's what majority of all of the utilities and infrastructure and all of that, those decisions are made within that pro forma or that financial model, so that purchase and sale agreement can be understood, and then your other users are no longer super users, and those are less of a crystal ball in defining what those purchase and sale agreements would be for the infrastructure and the reimbursement and the paybacks on that. And those are all things that, we have experience in helping facilitate and supporting, and again, to come on board earlier on in that program implementation or pre-development, pre-planning services, we would look forward to helping you guys identify who's going to act as that main master developer, and how do we work together to understand all of the costs to develop that pro forma, which would be used for those purchase and sale agreements for the private entities, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and part of what Will's talking about too is that pro forma is what's the payback period? Is it the first company comes there and the developer gets made whole, or is it the fourth phase 5 or 6 years from now, or is it dependent on some future tenant that, I know there's some extra land here that's not even being allocated. So, you know, we would assume that, you know, that's part of that calculation, and all the parties agree that that's a fair way to develop the cost allocation, so. I don't know if we're heading in the right direction today. I feel like I've maybe used up my time, even though we just said we got plenty of it.
I mean, the way I kind of look at it is, does the Board of Coffee County Commission want to be a developer? That's it, I think that's where we're at the fork of the road.
Yeah.
Do we want to be the developer and put the infrastructure, put the road in, and sell plots to put buildings on, which would probably maximize the profit of the return? But it also could turn around and bite you in the backside too. I mean, that's how I feel we're at, either that or we just say, oh, here's the land, you all figure it out. You know, and hopefully we can reclaim the money that we've spent for the property, plus you regain, you know, you're gonna get tax dollars on the buildings.
Well, isn't EM Shields kind of the main driver behind this project up there, along with 5 or 6 other entities that's gonna be a part of it?
Yeah, that would be the anchor tenant that Lowell's talking about.
If Commerce approves this, and these EM Shields and these 5 or 6 entities, aren't they ready to jump on top and do construction right now? Or do they have to design all their buildings because they don't know sure if it's going through?
So I know that the largest tenant that we're talking about here has the most expensive, but also the most complicated project.
That'd be EM Shields.
Yeah, and the design phase for that project I've seen taking a good deal of next year. But I've also seen some schedules for some of the other folks that maybe have smaller, less complicated facilities, showing that they would be doing construction earlier, meaning sometime next year they would be doing their construction. And so what it actually kind of means is a company that appears to be ahead of the curve schedule-wise may actually start doing heavy construction later because they have a longer duration. It's a pretty complicated project that they're talking about doing, and some of the other ones are less complicated. So, but then again, like I said, I don't know if I certainly haven't seen a schedule that says what's the need date for each of these facilities, because I do think that some of these smaller facilities that are going to be supporting the larger one, my understanding is they've already got some other contracts that they would be serving somewhat unrelated. So despite the interdependencies I talked about earlier, it does sound like, you know, they're not in a position of saying, well, unless that project gets done, then my facility is not useful. It sounds like they plan on putting those into production as soon as they're available. And we've already seen up at the airport that, you know, they have some products there that are somewhat, you know, not codependent on anything else. So,
it's like Jesse said, you know, we need to maximize our opportunities on these projects. It's all coming in, but we can't do that without some good lead companies or businesses like yours and maybe some others, is my thought. You know, technically, we're gonna have to retain some very expertise to make this all work, even though we want to maximize our opportunities. So it's gonna be us along with some other businesses to maximize our opportunities. But
yeah, and the approach I think the team's taken so far is that the county wants to do what's needed to ensure the success of this program, but invest, you know, no more than you would have to make that successful. You know, developers looking at just dollars, return on investment. We've been approaching like this, like the county's motivation is the success of the program. How do we get these companies on that land and make them successful, and still recover the investment in it? And maybe recovering it earlier, you know, helps reduce risk. So you're not relying on 100% of those companies coming in. You're relying on, you know, 2, 3, 4 of them. Without other direction, that's the direction I think the teams have been taking, is that the county doesn't want to come in and throw bags of gold at this and finance the entire program. The county just wants to get a successful industrial park here. Now, if the decision were to not act as a developer, then it would require somebody willing to step into that role. Whether it is the first tenant saying, okay, I'll buy this whole chunk, and then they would have to subdivide it to these other folks. I don't think anybody's been approaching it like that was the way forward. But I can't speak to the viability of that, because obviously they're gonna have bondholders, they're gonna have to report to Commerce, and they're gonna have the same goal of, we wanna do a reasonable investment for, in that case, the bondholders wanna get as maximum return. If they wanna have a high value product, but they're able to produce at this with the least reasonable amount of investment, so. But it's all gotta be successful, it's all gotta happen, for everybody to be successful.
And my observation to date has been the covered entities, the private entities are looking at this as, they're expecting someone to act as the master developer so that in theory, they're purchasing shovel-ready subdivided plots for their built-to-suit, facility. So they have not been looking at it, from the perspective of off-site improvements, infrastructure, roads, and utilities, and all of that. So someone would need to fill that role, certainly.
So what would the master developer, what would he do, they do,
So,
as a master developer?
so at this point,
That's a big task.
No, I
Sorry,
know.
I'm not trying to interrupt, but it's the question I've had since the beginning of all of this. And I was trying to find the right time to chime in, I guess, but when this all started, everything we spend is gonna be reimbursed. And
That's been the goal.
the entities, they're gonna pay for water, they're gonna pay for sewer, whatever, you can just tack it on the price of the land. Now, if that's the case, I guess that's fine, but by the same token, Coffee County's gonna need a grant of their own to make that happen. If they wish us to be the master developer. I know the state, the governor came down and awarded Coffee County, what was it, Bobby? Or pledged,
Yeah.
up to 300 million?
Yeah.
Does that directly go into Coffee County? Or is that, it's just like, we paid for the grant writing, we paid for bond people, we paid for lawyers, we paid for engineers, we paid for land, we paid for this, to find out that EMP Shields gets the grant from the Department of Commerce, federal government.
Yeah, not us.
Not us. I was thinking that it would come to us, we could use that money to put in the infrastructure that's needed and then sell off the land, or give it away for that fact. If it's 100% paid for, yeah, here, it's ready to go, build on it. So,
yeah,
if you're pretty much, I'm like Jesse, we're hearing that we're either a developer or we're just gonna say, well, here's some land, we don't want no more to do it. But I want to see the project succeed immensely. I'm all on board.
To answer your question on what that master developer would do, that master developer would collaborate with all parties, right? To make sure that, utilities are sufficient enough and for the demand and loads for each of the private entities. I think there's a pretty well-defined intent on the facilities so that they can provide some, load requirements and utility expectations, and I think some of that has been done. But developing that financial model and that pro forma on the development side is what the main missing piece of the puzzle for a developer to do. And then if Coffee County had assistance with developing that pro forma, I think you'd be in a much better position to make a business decision to say, hey, this pro forma makes sense, the return on investment in this particular term makes sense, that's something that we feel comfortable on a calculated risk to act as the developer. But right now, without absent of a defined pro forma and understanding what that return of investment is and what those purchase and sale agreements are, you don't have the information to make sound business decisions to move forward, acting as a developer or not.
Could I offer a couple comments?
You may.
Yeah, go ahead, chime in anytime.
Even though I'm just here,
You're fine.
Saban Yanez, there's a couple of thoughts I think too that I would add. I think that
as Joel mentioned and Matt has mentioned, to me, there's kind of some key points here. What's lacking, I think what you're looking for, Commissioner, is I'll call it documentation, and that's why the lawyers are here. That's why many of us are here, because we've gone a long way toward working with these companies, and there is a lot of agreement. But I want to be real clear: the companies are working on solutions. They want to build on this site. There's been a commitment from the county level about the property, however we get it worked out and it's divided. But all these have been real discussions with the companies. So as Joel mentioned, it really has moved in a direction for the last 2 years where in essence the county is the developer, the master developer. The comment that I would add is that as Matt was mentioning and Joel followed up, really the expertise you're needing at this point, in my opinion, would be creating the agreements that need to be in place with these companies, which is master development agreements of some sort, pre-development agreements. I'm not an expert in those, but I've been around them enough to know. And I think then that would begin to lay out I'll call it the rules and regulations, the requirements of them, the requirements of what you're committed to, and it gets you on a much more specific path of what is going to be reimbursed, how is it reimbursed, and then that all gets tied back into Greg's finance plan, because throughout this process, at least from the engineering side on the county's behalf, we've provided all of our numbers to Greg, so they're in his model. They're engineering, construction inspection, the construction of infrastructure components of all the pieces that we have seen would be important for the county as, I'll call it the master developer, to provide and entice these companies to make a deal and get the deal done. So to me, I think that's what's the pieces maybe that would help is the next pieces would be these, and again, I may get the terms wrong, but I'll call it master development agreement, pre-development agreement, tied with the financial plan that the covered entities agree to with the county to move this forward. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
You're fine, Sammy. But I mean, I think we're all trying to drive to the same end result here, but I guess what I'm trying to say from the county standpoint, from the county commissioner standpoint, that, okay, we're the master developer, it's gonna cost us $100 million to get roads and water and sewer and all like that in there. Electricity, gas, whatever. I'm just using $100 million.
Yeah.
We don't have $100 million. How do we come up with $100 million? And are we sure that's $100 million is gonna get reimbursed? So out of that $300 million, if you will, that the governor's so generously basically pledged to Coffee County, do we get some of that to put in some of this infrastructure? Be glad to do it. Be glad to engineer it. Be glad to hire you as an engineer. Be glad to, I mean, we just need to know where you need us to be. Where can we be financially to make this happen?
Yeah, I would suggest that that those are the specifically answers that you need, and those are probably discussions that need to happen. Almost categorize them, right? You want that answer from the state of Kansas. We need that clarified.
I mean, when the answer comes down from the feds that, yeah, it's a go project, we want to make sure we know where we stand financially. We know where our responsibility lies, as well as TEM needs to know where their responsibility. All the covered entities need to know where their responsibility lies.
I guess I would say, based again on some of the meetings that I've been involved in the last couple of years on the project, I think that we are closer to having some real answers for you all in these categories. We probably just need to put them in a more formal way where they can be in I'll call it a document or an agreement form, at least in draft form, so you can begin to get your mind around, okay, here's how this thing could play out. But there has been a lot of discussion on those. There's been discussion on allocation with the companies, so the covered entities. How do we allocate the common costs and things like that.
So the commissioners are the master developers. So who do we depend on to tell us I'm not a developer.
Yeah, no, I.
No, I'm
No,
not
I'm
trying to
with
make
you.
a light of it, but.
No, I get it.
So we're master developers. Who do we depend on to direct us? I mean, is it,
No, it's a fair question, and again, I'll just say, you rely on this team, okay? It is a team of people, and we all have expertise in different areas that have been involved in master development agreements, and you've hired us, at least some of us, to this point, and it would be our charge to work as a team to take care of you in that regard.
Okay.
Because we've got all these.
Because we're depending on you to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we work for you.
Right.
Okay.
Stephen, I have to, forgive me, because this is YouTube, I know that somebody's watching today, specifically. They were gonna, go along the journey and watch this discussion, but the grant money, before we get said otherwise, the governor set aside $300 million for the CHIP projects in Kansas. That's set aside. It doesn't mean we're getting $300 million. At some point, when grants become part of, once the commission engages its consultant to act as master developer and determines what it is going to pay for and what's not going to be covered or not able to be covered from the company's perspective, the covered entities, we will go make those requests for those grants. May not get them, but they are pledged to this project, and it's sitting out there. And that will be part of, if Burns and Mac is engaged, they'll go along to make that request for those funds.
But Bobby, I thought she committed X $1 million to the Wichita project, and I thought she committed $300 million plus whatever to Coffee County. And
Is that how it was done?
$600 million to EMP Shield specifically.
Okay, so is that contingent on government funding then? Or?
Not EMP's. Integra's is.
Okay.
Integra got roughly $500 million, $600 million in commitments, but theirs is directly tied, just because it's apex to the
government funding.
The EMP Shield's money is not tied to federal funding. So if they move forward without federal funding, they still get the $600 million in the centers. The $300 million that was set aside is cash grant money for infrastructure needs that are too big for a county to cover.
Well, I think it was put last week, there's just no mechanism in place for, nothing in writing that says Coffee County is gonna be eligible for a grant to pay for all this infrastructure or gonna be paid back. Again, we're not sitting here with $100 million to put in a water tower and roads and sewers. So there's gotta be some assistance somewhere, and I guess we're relying on you guys to make that happen, so. I don't know where else to go from here.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
You're fine.
You know, a statement had made the comment that we are looking at those project costs as we've been working with the covered entities this summer, and trying to figure out, okay, and they've been working on their building costs, their equipment costs, and not ignoring some of what we call the ancillary cost. And you start thinking about bringing power to the site, bringing water to the site, road improvements, highway improvements. You know, we know that those costs are out there. We know that the county has spent money to help pay some of the soft cost. And so when we complete a financing for a covered entity, we can cover, you know, the cost of the land acquisition. We can cover line items in that sizing of the financing for reimbursement for initial soft costs, some of the costs that you covered initially that are appropriate to be passed on to each project. Then, I would say that and now is really, I mean, this is a perfect example of addressing some of the things that we can now before things get really busy when we get a green light, and it's perfect time to bring in Burns and Mac and their role. And Joel had touched on developer site costs. What are the costs that when we get a green light we're going to need to incur? And then you start thinking about, for example, roads. You could have highway improvements outside of the site that are, you know, turn lanes or widening and things like that. And so then you start thinking, okay, well, how do we pay for those? And there could be KDOT grants, there could be state grants, there could be some of those costs passed on directly to the companies. The county could say, well, we will make that investment for this project to occur. I'm not suggesting that's what you should do, but then you start looking at the roads inside the site area, and let's say we get one project that gets approval and the others are still optimistic, but they don't have their approval yet. So do you commit to doing just part of the roads inside of that area, or does the county say, you know what, while we're doing this, we want to go ahead and build more roads, we want to pass on the cost of what's attributable to project one, have them pay that cost. So then I start thinking about, do we have that cost paid as a line item in the sizing of TEM's Trusted Electronic Materials financing? Does the county, and this is a very common approach, you can have the county create a benefit district and you put in the roads and then you pass on that cost to the tenants in that area or those inside the benefit district in the form of special assessments. It's the way typically subdivisions or infrastructure and subdivisions are often done that way. But I don't know that we have the specific answer for all of those costs, but I think that's where we can step in once we start to identify those and lay the options on the table for how do we pay for this and how do we get the county reimbursed, or is it something that the county doesn't even have to advance the cost, it's paid for directly by one of the covered entities.
Yeah, that's just the unknown for us. So.
Yeah.
But
well, we think you're going to get the money back. Well, I don't know that we can afford to just think.
Right.
I mean, with the dollars that we're talking here, the governor said you can have this money. Do we have it? No. Is it here? Can we use it?
Yeah, and some of those grants and state assistance, you look at, okay, well, what are the eligible uses? And it may be that it covers some of that. So,
right.
It's not that we haven't thought about those pieces, we just don't know I mean, a lot of this has been moving parts as the companies have figured out the size and scope of their project and how this will all come together, and now waiting for the Department of Commerce to give some approval. Then that puts in motion a lot of those infrastructure related questions, and there's a lot of different ways you can approach paying for those and getting reimbursed for those, or not having the county have to cover that cost without ever getting a return on that.
But like on the roads, until we know how it's plotted and how, there's no way to build a road until you know exactly what.
Yeah.
The size of they find out how big their grant's going to be, how big is the project. It's my understanding, like EMP is going to be a real high security area for what their intended purpose is. So all these other entities are going to have to be strategically placed. Before anybody starts, everybody already kind of know where they're going to be. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, and that's exactly what we're asking you to do today. Start that process with you guys take over the management of those decision-making processes that answer those questions. What you see there before you is the firm or the most recent site plan layout. I would say with a high degree of certainty that those 4 TEM lots in the north east corner of that property, those are going to be, they're not going to change much. We can bank that those are going to be maintained. So to do what you just suggested, to answer these questions, who's paying for what, and where's the money coming from? There is an effort underway. We've had discussions about giving what Mr. Thomas been asking for is a contract in hand right now with TEM, between the county and TEM, that says TEM's going to pay for X and the county is expected to pay for X. There will be some things that you just can't, the county's going to have some little pieces of this. You can't.
I'm not naive on this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I know it takes money to make money. We're going to have some costs. I mean, we've already endured that. I'm not saying I don't want the county to spend a dime. I mean, because we're going to get it back through taxes eventually. Maybe not right away, but again, we just don't have the resources to come up with $100 million, $150 million to put it in infrastructure. So I mean, mean, I hear if and maybe, and, you know, sometimes those are words that this long for me. So, I trust Sam, Charles, Sabian, Greg, and you as well. Lead us down the right path. I mean, if you wanna say, commissioners, don't worry about it, it'll be fine. I'll be happy with that, but I'm not hearing that.
Hopefully
But
we're
I'm not trying to put a damper on this project, because I think it's a very worthwhile project, but I don't want it to come down to the end and say, oh, you know what, dang it.
This deal didn't fly and you got a bunch of money you spent. What are you gonna do about that? What's our taxpayers?
I just wanna
say?
make sure, I mean, I'm confident in the team, I really am, I don't mean it that way at all, and maybe we're asking the questions too soon.
There are a few chicken and egg. I can't go out and get grant funds until we know what the county's committed to and what the entity's committed to. When I see areas where we can use those grant monies, I'll have a specific ask when I go ask for them. Right now, until the county rationalizes its relationship contractually with TEM, how do we pay for water? Who's gonna put the bill? Is it gonna be a take or pay contract, Greg, that's financed with a separate entity? Is the county gonna issue a GO? Until we know those things, we can't, Burns and Mac cannot do their job as a consultant through this process, and we need to.
I would assume, and I don't mean to keep interrupting you, Bobby, I really don't, but when I get a question in my head, I just gotta roll with it. So Burns and Mac, I mean, if we become the developer, I'm assuming you guys are on board to make sure the things that we need get placed correctly and adequately per site plan, per.
So, the reason we're here today is we were coming in as saying that we were expecting maybe the county to execute a task order for us to kind of write the rules for what all of these covered entities would have their program management agent require.
So in those rules, and I don't mean to interrupt you either, is some of what we're talking about in those rules?
Well, so what I'm saying.
Will they be in those rules?
Yeah, so, maybe not so much on the program management requirements, but there would be other requirements that would lead up to these purchase agreements. And what I'm hearing today is that we may not know the answer to how much is the county being asked to invest as far as grading or utilities. You know, the grant money, you've got CHIPS Act grant money that's probably gonna go straight to the covered entities. You've got KDOT, sounds like it's a,
State of Kansas.
Oh, yeah, state of Kansas, and it sounds like the status of that and the uses for it are somewhat dependent on the ask, right? I mean, the county is gonna have to make the ask, and in order to do that, it would say, okay, the county's gonna do the following task orders or tasks in order to make this lot sale ready to what the entity wants to buy. And we're gonna spend this much on site development, and, you know, maybe the water gets paid for by the entity that's gonna distribute the water, and maybe the same with the power, but what does the county's piece of that look like? Obviously, what's the cost, what's the outgoing funding, which of that grant funding is available for that, and then, you know, like, any difference in that, maybe what the county's being asked to front now. And there's been some numbers thrown around here, but I'm not sure anybody's even answered the question of what is the right number.
Right.
So
I don't think anybody knows what the right number is.
I don't know where we are on an estimating the scope development standpoint, but that's not necessarily a task I thought I was being asked to look at. We certainly can, but somebody's gonna have to do that. If the county's gonna be the developer, you need to know how much are we being expected to front, how much is somebody else participating in.
So I'm gonna be honest with you, I mean, I keep stopping people, but this is the first time anybody sat in here and said the county's gonna be the developer. First time I heard it. I mean.
No, I think that's the option we're at. That's the crossroads we're at, I think. Are we gonna be the developer, or are we not
Charles, you
gonna
can chime
be
in
the
anytime.
developer?
Well, I'm just kinda not along and educate myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel where we're at. The county is either gonna be the developer, or we're not gonna be the developer. Yeah, and if we're gonna sell the ground for naked as it is, for blank dollars an acre, get our money back, and you can put your building wherever the heck you want to. And if we are the developer, then he tells us, what lines to follow, because, Tom's a developer somewhat, I'm not. I'm so far from it.
Yeah, every one
So
of
with
us
that
has
being
got
said, I
business
mean,
insurance.
is that
Yeah.
in part of the, would that be in part of the contract is you can have the 260 acres or whatever it is for $2.5 million and it's all yours and you're the developer. I mean, is that a possibility? Is that a stupid idea?
I would only say the question then gets thrown back to you all as the commission, which is, are you willing to go that risk? Because you've invested already, you've bought the land, you've worked toward agreements with these people, although they're not in writing, okay? So you lose any assurance that anything gets developed and
Right.
grown.
Okay, that goes,
I mean,
That's
I'm just being
true.
honest.
That's true.
so that goes back to the question, if we are the developers, then it's you folks that we're depending on to give us direction on which way to go, is that correct?
That's how I would view it.
Somebody's gonna,
Yeah.
I think we've decided somebody needs to, we didn't come here to be that role. I think we could divvy up the tasks between all of us, and I think you've probably got the right people to make it
I
happen.
don't mean to be out of line,
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out who's going to tell us,
Yeah,
to advise us on the right way to go.
yeah.
Well, I would offer, just in listening to the dialogue, for example, the expertise that Burns and Mack has shared here, those are elements that are gonna be necessary. When he talks about the, kind of the requirements, these are requirements that, again, he's referring to are upfront, I'll call it pre-development requirements. I hear you say, we want them spelled out. Let's spell them out, that's an expertise they can bring to the table. We can bring, I will share with you, we have done a lot of cost estimating already, okay, for the infrastructure elements. We have provided that in the process. Greg has those numbers. Be happy to bring those back to you.
And so that's where you would come in.
Yes, and we would continue to stay on top of that part of the process. And, whether it be, and we have similar expertise, but they have some that is program management specific that that is much deeper than what our firm does. So that's why they are important. We have the attorneys, we have the finance people. These are all the right people, in my opinion,
Oh, yeah.
to help you, to shepherd this process for you. But to your point, I think where what's needed is the documentation and agreements, even in the pre-development stage, with the covered entities, that we can get agreement on, okay, what's the county willing to be responsible for, what are they really responsible for? And then that drives Bobby to go have those discussions and say, okay, now that we know, for example, when you and I attended the KDOT meeting, we know KDOT is aware of the project. We know we're gonna have an open dialogue with KDOT. I can assure you that they even spoke to it in the Iola meeting.
Well, and we also know from that meeting that county's on the hook for 20%.
Yes.
So,
But
I know about what that number
well,
is.
but here's
But I don't know about what any of these numbers are.
I can't say this though, along those examples of KDOT specifically. Depends on the category. If we focus this on economic development category funding, we could go up to 100%.
Yes.
So again, that's where we're putting these pieces together, and we come up with an overall finance plan, and then how do we use grant money to benefit the plan? That's really the way we want to attack it for you.
We're assuming at this point in time, and it's state money, grant money, whatever, we're gonna be able to get our hands on some of that to do our infrastructure then.
I assume nothing, I will assume this, I assume that we are going to bring a very viable project to the state Kansas DOT, and that they are aware of the project and they know the importance to the state. That's what I can tell you.
I mean, as far as the site, the site preparation for this CHIPS, cluster, yeah. Sorry, starting to lose it, but I mean, so we're confident that we can get a grant to pay for these infrastructure. I mean, because there's been some discussion with Rural 12, but they're all on board for the water, but who's going to pay for it?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have $100 million.
No, but I will say this again, we have estimated those numbers into a finance plan where we can pull them out as needed based on where we see how those dollars come together, whether it be through a bond program, whether it be through grants. There are different categories that we could look at. But I think first is
when you say bond, though, I just go back to what Joe Serrano and I discussion we'd had after we bonded the jail, and that, when we did the $2 million up here at the airport.
I asked the question, does that jeopardize our banking capabilities, if you will? So I mean, are we gonna be asked to bond 50 million up there or something, Greg?
Yeah, and I'd like to, I tend to break these down into just components of the project. I'll touch on water since you brought it up, and I don't want to speak for any other governmental entity like a rural water district, what they may or may not do, but one option that could be on the table is that they issue their own bonds, revenue bonds payable from revenue from the sale of water, and then you enter into a take-or-pay agreement with a covered entity where they agree to make an annual payment to that water district to repay the bond issue that they did. So that's a scenario where the benefit for the project is happening in the county, but the county didn't have to issue bonds and finance that component. That's another entity. And again, I don't want to suggest that that's what will fall in place or what the water district may or may not be willing to do, but that's an option that would be on the table. So not everything has to be financed by the county. There could be some other projects or some aspects of the project that are not paid by the county, financed by somebody else, and you enter into a contract. Another option for the water could be that it could be a lump sum payment by a covered entity to cover the cost of bringing water to the site.
Maybe some of these questions that I'm asking, we're asking, are being asked too soon?
No, I don't think it's too soon. I think it's actually just at the right stage. I mean, we've had a lot of pieces that were in motion throughout the summer. We're trying to figure out, okay, what application does a covered entity want to submit to Commerce? Now, while we're waiting on Commerce, again, it's the perfect time to look at, okay, well, if we're going to have to make road improvements inside the area, how are we going, what are we going to do, and what are the options for paying for that? Is it something, the same thing on water or wastewater, site grading?
Well, and maybe I've been told, and I've forgotten, or I guess I've never really seen the covered entities, if you will, in their grant application, what all did they incur their costs? Was it roads? Was it water? Was it just a building? Was it equipment?
Yeah, and careful not to share any information that's confidential on what they submitted in a public meeting, but I would say all of the categories of cost have been addressed one way or another, and the covered entities have been forced to make an assumption as to whether do they pay it directly as part of their
They, as meaning pay directly, as in water, road, sewer, electricity, gas.
Cash up front. Is it part of their construction budget where they the covered entity, might have to cover that infrastructure cost? Or alternatively, if they're not financing it and paying for it out of their construction budget, then are they paying for it out of an annual operating cost? And for example, what I just shared with you, if you have a water district that finances the cost of bringing water to the site, and then they enter into a take-or-pay agreement with that covered entity. Now, the covered entity is not paying a lump sum up front, but they're paying for it in that annual take-or-pay contract. So they're really, the water district would be financing it on behalf of the covered entity, and the covered entity is entering into a contract to make annual payments that would cover debt service and O&M for that improvement. So the infrastructure costs have been addressed in each covered entity's plan, either as a payment as part of their project construction budget, or as they know that they would have to pay an operating cost if somebody else is financing it. For example, I mentioned that if you use a benefit district approach to bring infrastructure to the site and then have each entity inside the industrial park, if you will, pay their share through the form of special assessments, that ends up being a county financing, but it's not the taxpayers of the county that are paying it, it's payable from those special assessments that are levied against it. That's a tool. I'm not saying that that's a decision has been made that request.
And that would be based on the size of that entity out there, how that was assessed, is that correct?
The special assessment benefit district statutes, there's a couple of different methods that you can allocate based upon square footage or frontage or some other methods. But I use that as an example of one financing tool, but I think we're really at a good stage to, now that we've got, applications going into Commerce, waiting on feedback, let's address some of those infrastructure costs and dig a little deeper to see what might the cost be, what are the financing options that are on the table to consider, including grant funding, and then from there, that'll help you make some decisions of, okay, when we do get a green light, then how are we going to address streets and water and wastewater?
Are we at a point, Greg, where 2-3 firms here we just give you the authority to go ahead and do some reviewing and put the best proposal together for us to make a decision, whether we want to be a part of it or a stronger part of it, or just, let, I don't know exactly what I want to say, but, just let your firm or someone else just take it, run with it, and make the best decision we can. We need to control our costs at the best we possibly can, control our risk. In fact, controlling our risk to me is number one. But, and we don't have the opportunity here to control our risk with this big of a project. That's my thought on it.
Sure.
Need to have somebody guide us through that risk process.
We don't want to end up in I'll call it catastrophic situation, or we've committed to be the one backing, this number's $100 million for these roads and stuff. The commission prior to me, and I support them all the way and support this project, spent $3 million, $4 million to buy this land. A lot of difference between that and $100 million.
Sure.
And this could be catastrophic for the county to be on the hook if we think, and I'm not picking on any of you guys, it's just how it looks to me, is somebody gonna tell us that we're gonna get that money back in writing, and they've got the money or the power to back it up so we can get that money back? That's my concern,
And I would say, a couple of things. I wouldn't jump, for the sake of being in a public meeting, I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that it's $100 million that the county would be asked to.
I wouldn't think that it would be.
It could be, but that could be the grand total of streets and water and wastewater and all of these other costs. But then I think what we really owe the county is, now that we're at this stage, let's look at some of those infrastructure costs, site work, fence, utilities, roads. Try to put a number to what that cost could be, or it may just have to be a range, but then also right next to that, what are the financing options? Who would be the entity responsible for that? For example, we use water. It may be that we have to bring water to the site. It's going to be necessary for the project, but that may not be something that the county has to do directly. Maybe that's some other entity.
Right.
And then once we figure out who would be the responsible party, then again, what are the financing options? What are the grant opportunities? Is it a upfront payment that's made by a covered entity, or does the responsible party for making the improvements finance it and then get reimbursed over time from a take-or-pay contract or assessment or something like that?
It sounds like, after listening to everybody here, it would be in the county's best interest to be their own developer, to retain that, so that the county had some control over what's going on, depending on what you guys recommend. I mean, I guess that's what I'm getting to feel, is that it would be best, in the county's best interest, to be that master developer, or whatever the terminology is. That being said,
Basically make it a county industrial park.
Yeah.
but we would still retain,
where that money's coming
Jesse,
from.
we would still retain
Ownership of the property that was unsold.
Yeah.
I think as part of that, it feels to me like, we'll call it pro forma. At least some way of knowing what's the order of magnitude that the county would be asked to put at risk as part of that. And then normally with that, there is gonna be a risk assessment that goes along with it.
But there always is in business. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
It's never sure, it's never 100%.
And one other point, and I'm sure you all know this, but at the point where you would be moving, to the extent you're a party moving forward with a financing for some infrastructure-related improvements, that's gonna be at the point where you also get a green light from the Department of Commerce and a project moving forward. You're not just gonna go blindly bring a lot of this cost and work to the site without
Right,
knowing that you've
that's
got.
sure.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
hopefully at that stage, it's not just totally at risk. You see it's a coordinated effort, and you come back to my comments to start this study session. You can start to see we've got a lot of infrastructure pieces, we've got a lot of project pieces, we want it all coordinated and all come together perfectly. And that's really the role that I think Burns and Mac has been asked to provide, is that oversight. But there's some planning and discussion we can do at this stage, just so you have a better idea of the dollar amounts and the options and how we might address some of those things when we do get that ability to move forward.
Sam? Yeah, I just, piggybacking on what Greg was just saying, I think where we're at right now, bringing Burns and Mac on now to work on the land development pro forma, to work on the pre-development agreements, that's what we need to work on, so that the bigger questions that you guys have about, what are we obligating the county to, long term. We're at the point now where we have to hone in on that question, by figuring out when you sell these land, like these plots, what's included, what's the county recouping in that sale, what's the county have to recoup in special assessments, all of those things are what need answered now, and bringing Burns and Mac in now to kind of bring their expertise and hone in on those questions, so that 2 months, 6 months, whatever it is, you can have the information in front of you. What is the county willing to, how far is the county willing to risk, put money out and actually financing improvements or those things. Right now, that's not the ask today. It's let's move forward planning these things.
And that's by bringing Burns and Mac on board, is that correct?
Yes.
So we gotta have that prepared for down the road where we can make a better decision.
Absolutely.
On for to proceed.
Absolutely, because
we can't do it, but
absolutely, right, and those are the things that we need to answer before the county goes and puts a road in. Like how is this going to be paid?
Just so a lot of the people know that's in the crowd, that when the commission hears we need to bring another entity in on doing X, Y, and Z, so you all understand what the commission's brains are thinking, crud, this is another person that's gonna be sending $100,000 invoices monthly. I mean, that's what we're hearing, that's what we hear, right?
Yeah.
That's a concern. So, what are we getting for it? Who's authorizing it? Is George over there authorizing it? Is the county commission authorizing you do X, Y, and Z? Is it Carl Lee? Who is it? Who's gonna be authorizing you all to go forward with something? So that way we know why this bill of $100,000 or $200 or $500.
What to expect.
Yeah, what to expect. I mean, I threw it out there because I know everybody's thinking it.
Oh, yeah, that's what
But by the same token, I think it's a piece of the puzzle that we're probably going to need.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we need to know what the. It is, to Jesse's point, he just wants to know who the point of contact's gonna be. Is it gonna be Skipper, is it gonna be Greg?
Burns and Mac will
Who's
be
his point of contact?
the commission.
The way it's been discussed to this point is having an agreement, Burns and Mac would have an agreement with the county, and then would submit individual task requests saying, hey, now we're gonna do this, and it's gonna be, $10,000 or something to do this task. And this is what we're gonna have at the end of this task. Is that?
Yeah, more or less, yeah, and again, we came here today thinking the initial task order was to implement the requirements basically for the industrial park. Sounds like we're talking about some other tasks that may be performed by other folks in the room, or we may be asked to be doing those as well. And so we as a team, we may need to go back and say, okay, well, it sounds like these other questions need to be answered that maybe we hadn't contemplated when we put that first task authorization together. Like I said, the initial task authorization that we were envisioning was based on what would be the requirements for program management for all parties involved initially. I think this has gone in a good direction today of basically saying, okay, well, if the county is going to be the developer, whether we decide that or not, if the county was, what would that look like from a pro forma basis, from a grant participation basis? And honestly, you'd have to map out your decision points, because as decisions get made by the covered entities, by Commerce, by the state, by the county, the picture will clear up. And so the goal is to be maximizing the benefit versus cost over that time period, so that, you know, you're not being asked to write a $100 million check today. You're not even being asked to pay for the entirety of the program management services. But it sounds like what we came here to ask was the initial task of implementation of program management. But we probably need to bolt on some development support tasks as well.
And I know I sat in on a couple of the meetings last week and prior, but and I knew your initial task of being here, but I also knew that a lot of these questions are going to be asked. And again, maybe it's too soon to ask those questions, but in your task, I think we all deserve to know the answer to a lot of these questions sooner as opposed to later, because when the Commerce gives that green light, we at least need to know. I mean, if we're going to be a developer, then we need to hire somebody like you to oversee that project for us, or Cook Flat, or whatever. Just trying to be forward thinking, if you will, as much as I can, so that the project doesn't fall on its face.
We want to move ahead.
So, I don't know if you got something you want.
I was gonna say, Mr. Boyd will be involved, Wade will be involved in all of these procedures also, will he not? I mean,
he might wanna run away.
He might wanna run away.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but everybody else has had a say here.
Yeah.
Except Sam hadn't, or Charles hadn't got up and spoke yet, so. But I at least wanted you to have an opportunity to express your concerns or your thoughts.
No, I think this is good, getting everybody here to have this conversation, to hear from the board what the board's thinking, where the board is, what the issues are, what the concerns are right now going into the future. To back up maybe a few weeks, we initially had a meeting to talk about a program manager agreement, and that sort of switched to maybe a consulting agreement, and I'm not sure which one we landed on, and whether the difference between the two have been discussed, and maybe that needs to be something that's talked about. What's the benefit of the program manager agreement and the consulting agreement, because Burns and Mac is entering into program manager agreements with all of the covered entities, so the anticipation when that occurred, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the county wasn't going to be a part of that, and then things sort of changed, and maybe you can pick up there and sort of fill in those blanks.
Yeah, I think maybe a good way to describe it is the program manager role is kind of the maintenance throughout the course of the project of, is everything running the way it's supposed to be? And what we decided was, we're going to have that agreement with each of these entities to act on their behalf, as well as the behalf of the bondholders and that sort of thing. And what we said is, well, we got to have this first task that kind of defines that, and that's what we're calling implementation. And then we said, well, maybe for the county or for the developer, maybe what we're not doing right now, we're not asking, hey, hire us for program management. We're saying, hire us to develop the requirements for program management for everybody, including possibly any tasks that the county's doing. And I think what that has done by bringing that up has basically said, well, if the county's acting as a developer, this program implementation, that's a pretty small piece of that overall thing. Has the overall thing been discussed? All these other things that we've talked about here today. And so we sort of put the county in the seat as a developer, because out of all the entities, you're currently occupying that one. But by doing that from a program management implementation aspect, it raises the question of all the other activities that a master developer would normally do as well. And I'm not sure this team came prepared to answer all of that. I think we got some smart people here that can can put forth that. And then, you know, does that mean Burns McDonnell as a consultant, do we do some of those tasks? And that's quite possible. We didn't really come prepared as a team to say, hey, Sam's going to do this, and Saban's going to do that, and Matt, you know, Burns McDonnell's going to do this. I think we can work that out. And this is really just one step of all the multiple steps that a developer would take to put together a program like this. And, you know, to your comment about, is it too early to ask a question? It's never too early to ask a question, because my mind automatically puts it on a matrix and says, you know, when's the right time to answer that question, and what's the information in order to answer that, and who's going to go get that information, and all of those decision points and, you know, information receipt, all of that needs to be thought about, and that's probably sooner than later. Like, question, how much is the state actually going to provide, and what is it allowed to go towards? Well, before the state answers that question, it may be the state say, well, who's asking, and what are they asking for? Meaning, okay, well, does the county now have to say, okay, hey, state of Kansas, you mentioned you got this money, here's what I need it for, and here's how much it's going to cost, and here's how it, you know, how it meets the intent of that grant funding. All of that backs up to, you know, what do we do first, with the end goal of, okay, well, the county wants to maximize the success of this program with the limited risk and, you know, limited upfront investment as much as possible. And so all of that needs to be answered. I don't think we're coming here to saying sign this piece of paper and all that, answer all your questions. But we did come with this initial task authorization that was just implementation. And the reason we called that a consulting agreement instead of program management is because it really isn't program management. It's developing a list of requirements for program management.
So the program management would come after this then?
Right.
I mean, on down the road, is that correct?
Yeah, it's like you're not hiring us to administer your homeowners association. You're hiring us to write the bylaws.
Okay.
But that's the one task we initially came here for, and we can proceed with that. But there's a lot of other questions got answered today that this particular task doesn't answer. And so I think as a team of folks that are interested in the success of this, we need to come up with a plan on how to answer those. And I know Bobby and Saban and Greg, there's a lot of stuff those guys have already done that I'm not privy to that probably get us further along than what it looks like even to myself as far as, you know, they've got estimates and the individual entities are working on their pro forma for the bondholders, and we haven't dug into any of that, Burns McDonnell, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. So I think we may need to give the commissioners and the public too kind of a list of what everybody's doing if we don't already have that, just so they know. If they ask me that and I look like a deer in headlights, it's like, no, it's one of these other guys. So I think that may be helpful too, because they've got a lot of questions, and I think we need to kind of put together some type of an org chart so they know who would answer that. Or, you know, if everything goes through Bobby, they ask Bobby, and he knows which one of us. You know, that's another way to do it too.
Well, we don't want to reinvent the wheel and have you hire some other firm that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to do something that somebody else has already done.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or you might not like how it was done. And so now it's going, oh, well, we really ought to redo this.
Yeah,
Well, show us why.
Yeah, it's not usable after you have it done or something.
Yeah, and I will say with any of those kind of soft deliverables, normally if it's scoped properly, then there's a you know, you can answer whether or not it met the mark. And so that would be our goal as well. Like, if we're going to do program management implementation, here's the deliverables that come out of it. And, you know, yes or no, when you get done, did those meet that? And honestly, those deliverables are setting the requirements and the fidelity and the quality of the information that is going to be reported during the program management phase. So getting all that agreed to up front. So if I get a schedule from a contractor and I say this doesn't have enough detail, he's not going to say, well, this is always good enough, and I'm not going to say I expect more. I'm going to say, here's the requirements that you are obligated to do in order to have enough detail and enough information so that, you know, we can report to Raymond James that, yes, they're on schedule, and we have a level of quality of schedule that we believe. Or, you know, same thing on the financing or anything like that. So,
And am I thinking the right way? They're really no different than River City is for the jail.
I believe River City might be at risk. So they're acting as a contractor.
They're acting as contractors.
Yeah, which.
But along the same, kind of the same lines.
I would say it's, some of the tasks are the same, but the behavior and the motivations are entirely different.
Oh.
They have an opportunity to lose money if they're acting as an at-risk contractor.
Okay.
Our fee, our profit or loss is not dependent on whether I get a change order from the county for an additional feature of work. And so I do think that in that role, I'm sitting on your side of the table from the construction standpoint.
Right.
I think if you have an at-risk contractor, nothing against at-risk contractors, they're going to be very motivated to have my money and your money, and I'm on my side of the table protecting my interests, and you're on your side of the table protecting your interests. And so in a consulting role, you don't have quite those same motivations of, if I don't convince them of X, Y, and Z, then I'll lose money because I estimated this differently. It's kind of like having an attorney. They're bound by a standard of care. They're not bound by a shareholder saying, are you going to make money or lose money on this particular task order. So, and I'm speaking in kind of broad generalization, so I apologize if it makes it sound like I'm saying anything specific about an individual company or project or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, again, an at-risk construction contractor might say, here's your schedule, we're on schedule. Us as a program manager is going to say, your schedule doesn't meet the requirements that you agreed to. And you're saying you're on schedule, but I did an analysis of it, and all you really did was play a bunch of, games in the background, and now you're doing 10 items concurrently instead of doing them sequentially, so your risk of completion on time just increased significantly. So if I'm I may be motivated to be the one guy or motivated to be the other guy, but what we're saying as program management agent is we would be the ones looking behind the scenes at the quality of that schedule, not just, does it still have the same end date?
You mentioned, Matt, an operating agreement. Whenever some people go together to make a business or build a business from scratch, the first thing they're going to do is develop and operate a set of bylaws, and they're going to do an operating agreement, and they're going to do a financial statement, although they may do the financial statement first. But you're talking about something similar to that type of a structure, aren't you?
Yeah, and I'm not saying we would be doing every single one of those pieces, but every one of them should be done.
Every one of them's going to be done.
Yeah.
And we've got to decide who's going to do what to a point.
Right.
I'm a little thick-headed. Tell me again, what would you be doing, number one? I mean, what are you here for today again?
Yeah, so we came here for what we would call the implementation phase of the program management.
I apologize.
No, we've talked about a lot today. And so what that would mean is that we would either get a contractual obligation or a concurrence from every covered entity to say, yeah, this set of deliverables that Burns McDonnell put together that says we're going to report schedule in this way, and dependencies in this way, and costs in this way, we're all on board with that, we're all going to report it in the same way. Before they can sign up for that, somebody has to say, well, what is it they're signing up for? Who writes those requirements? Well, am I still going back to where we were this morning before we had this meeting, or do you have anything to add?
No, you're on point, and that's where it kind of evolved into the more of the pre-development and pre-planning and front-end planning services that are not necessarily program implementation, but go hand in hand, and we can assist with that pre-development and pre-planning efforts, which traditionally would be two separate consultant services. But for all intents and purposes, we can assist and support those services combined in one consultant agreement.
Now, what I want to make very clear is that if let's say we come on board to do a program management implementation task, and I come back and say, here's your schedule requirements, and here's how the cost reporting is done, I don't want my customer saying, well, I thought you were going to give me a schedule and give me an estimate, and those may need to happen too. And I don't want to say, well, that's a different task. Here's another agreement. I don't want anybody surprised by that. That's what's most important, is that everybody knows what's being signed up for. That's usually written in the black and white of the task, ideally with a list of deliverables. So, because what we've talked about here today would be some of that estimating activities and maybe even some of the scheduling activities. We could do that maybe not the reason we thought we were coming here today.
May I butt in real quick? The commissioners have made clear a few times, we just never covered this. We've gone as far as we can with the tools we have in-house. And now the commissioners are ready to start making decisions, and they need some advisory services that nobody here is suited for. And so I think that's part of, if there's a scope change or an addition.
Yeah. And Hoyle does have a draft put together of the tasks for the implementation phase, but we may need to get our heads together on a different task order or a different set of activities.
That can be gained by interfacing with the commissioners.
Right, okay.
And I think that's what's needed.
Well, and part of that is maybe even Saban and Greg and myself and Bobby offline to understand, like I said, they've already done some of that. We hadn't considered it our role to be, looking behind the scenes on that, but maybe it's time to do that. Most importantly, I guess the county is being said that you're currently in the developer seat, you want to stay there, and before you can answer that, you've probably got some questions that need answered, like, well, what's it going to cost me, and who's coming alongside with me, and what's the timeline look like from maybe 6 months from now, we got shovels turning, and Commerce has committed some money, and the state has committed some money, so everybody starts feeling a lot different than what we do today, where it's all kind of theoretical.
Then we might look like geniuses.
Right, right. So, and all I mean by that is the risk profile is going to firm up over time, which is why we don't answer every question all at once, but all we're talking about now is what is the first steps with the county in that role, and at what point is there a decision point.
So, with all our discussion today, Coffee County Commission, Coffee County, Kansas is the developer of this land, this project. Is it wise to use Burns and Mack when basically you're kind of overseeing the construction of the facilities?
Basically, you're asking about a conflict of interest, right?
Correct.
So what I would normally say, and honestly, some of the other people here may be able to answer that better than I can, is how does everybody get paid? How do they make money or lose money? And that's going to lead to their motivations. And so, like I said, you wouldn't want your construction contractor to be your advisor in this role, in my opinion. But we're not that. We're just a program manager. We're acting as a consultant. And right now, we would only be working for the county because these other agreements wouldn't be in place. But the county would be writing the scope of those other agreements. And there may be some of those activities that either we're not the best athlete for. I don't think there's a conflict of interest, but we can work on those as we get to them.
So has Burns and Mack acted as, I guess I've heard the word industrial engineer. Have you overseen projects for entities like Coffee County on projects with this similarity before?
We have it maybe in a different ownership arrangement. Basically, we would be a consultant to the developer in this role.
Correct.
And there's a lot of those services that we have done and we could do. Some of them I would recommend other folks do, especially if it comes down to like real estate law. We don't practice real estate law. We don't actually practice law. We do quite a bit of contract work. But if you need legal advice, don't come to Burns McDonnell. And as a developer, the developer is going to need legal advice in cases, or assistance drafting contracts and things like that. That's right. So I'm giving you kind of a non-answer of, do we serve in that role? Yes, but that doesn't mean we do 100% of all the tasks that are required in that role.
Well, I think when I look out here, we got a good team together, but it's just wave you can wave at any given time. I just wonder if this is the right opportunity to bring Burns and Mack on as another tool on our toolbox. I know you're writing up work guidelines for the covered entities. By the same token, we're going to need something.
Well, and what I'll say is Burns McDonnell.
Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong on that part. As far as a developer, we are going to need somebody out there, boots on the ground, so to speak, overseeing, making sure if and when grants come in for water lines, sewer lines, roads, this and that, and the other, in the design phase of everything, we need
somebody on Team Coffee County.
Yeah. Or is I'm thinking too much now, probably.
But is that where savings would come in then, as far as events and?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of that, so I'm familiar enough to know what the programs is. Matt was talking about, when we talked kind of about our walk away from this discussion probably is listing questions, kind of creating what I'll call a flow chart or a matrix. We have cost estimates, we can get them, make sure we're updated, and then we can start categorizing these as, you know, grant opportunities and put levels of risk on, or levels of opportunity on those. I mean, those are all things we've discussed, but we didn't know when the right time was to do that, to be quite honest with you. And this is as right a time as any to do that, because now that we're better defining the role you're going to carry out, we need to deliver those answers to you, at least so you know what the game plan is as we see going forward. My 2 cents.
No, and the only other thing I was going to say is, you know, Burns McDonnell has served as a developer before, and so I'm convinced we've got people that have all of that expertise. Wells got more than I do. I came here as a program manager, and so I may have to get some other people in a conversation, even from Burns McDonnell, to confirm that yes, we've got people, yes, they're available, and it's appropriate for this. I have no doubt that we can act in that capacity. Sometimes what you can do versus what you should do, but I do know that would be a different set of tasks than what we originally contemplated. And we definitely have people that do grant writing. We had a little bit of that included just to show some ancillary services we offer as part of our proposal back when we were talking to the covered entities. But Joel and I will certainly be talking to some folks on our real estate and development arm to see if how we would recommend that it be broken down between you know, CFS and the various legal firms you have, as well as Raymond James, so that you know, you want somebody. When I say there's a list of tasks it takes to set up a development, you want the guy or gal that knows that list of 200 tasks. And I know some of them, I don't know all of them, but we can work to determine if that's a service that we're the right entity to provide. I mean, we got 10,000 people, I don't know them all. And I've been doing design build.
Yeah, we do have those talents and resources. I mean, we act as developer, you know, in quite a few different, you know, projects, primarily in Kansas City, and we're typically an LP, a limited partner, a smaller on it, you know, on the curtail of a developer partner that we have a relationship with, and we're typically, you know, fast money in, fast money out. You know, we look to have our investment return within, you know, about 3 years. So we're not a hold and control type, you know, development arm within Burns and Mack, and those are different talents and different resources that we can tap into and bring to the table to help, you know, facilitate and help support the development, the pre-development side of it as well. The one thing I will clarify as well for Coffee County, you know, in asking that question, do we want to be the developer? You should also ask what kind of developer, because, you know, there are developers that develop and sell. You know, they lock in tenants, they give it curb appeal, they get the infrastructure in place, and then they market it out to a developer that's more hands-on and operates and maintains it. Or does Coffee County want to, you know, be the developer, operator, and maintainer of the industrial park association that has the operations and maintenance side of it as well? There's pros and cons for everything. It's just a matter of making sure, you know, I want to make sure we're very transparent and clear that, you know, if you're the developer, it doesn't stop at just developing the property. You still have to transition it over to an industrial park association and who's operating and maintaining that, whether you stay on as a developer who operates and maintains it, or you seek, you know, property maintenance, you know, contracts, or sell it off to a developer that is more of an operator maintainer. Just wanted to make sure that you guys are thinking that side of it as well.
You know, with everything that's been discussed here today, to Matt and all the rest of you, are we to the point, I think, you pretty well know what we're talking about. We're not exactly sure what direction we want to go, other the best interest for the county, but your firm and whoever you can bring to the table to put everything together and communicate maybe with Bobby and Wade. I don't want to put that anymore on their plate because their plate's fully loaded. Mm-hmm. And maybe come back next week with a document. May have to come back 2 weeks from now. What's your suggestion on, after everything we've been talking about?
So the program management implementation, we have a document for that. It's in draft form. Feel pretty good about that. This developer consulting services, I think we're going to need some time between Bobby and Wade and the rest of the folks in the room to understand what's the path forward on that. The county's in the developer seat now. Doesn't mean you're going to stay there, but it sounds like there's a lot of reasons to do that. But in doing so, it needs to be better understood of what does that look like, who's actually the folks doing it, because we already know Wade's very busy anyway, so Wade's not going to be the sole attorney doing real estate deals and contracts and things like that. He does have assistance with folks in the room, may need some assistance from folks outside the room. So, how do we get the right people involved to help guide those decisions, but also, between Bobby and Wade, making sure they've got oversight of it so that, nobody's getting over their skis or heading in a direction the county doesn't want to go. So I think we need to talk about what that would look like from a developer consulting services, and maybe take that as a separate set of tasks to look at.
And I'd say you look at that, I guess, but by the same token, I'm thinking out loud now. Sorry, that I'll probably have some other conversations with Davian and Wade. But did you get a chance to look over that initial agreement? Or did it get finalized?
Which one?
The consulting agreement for program management implementation. I have a copy of it. I only brought one copy of it with you.
I mean, we're not asked to sign it today and enter into the agreement today. We're still hashing that out, are we not? Okay, all right.
And part of this was a working session because we realized that if you did get asked that, we would be in a meeting where we think we're going for
Just like
approval. Yeah. We would think we're in approval to get one little task authorized, and you're like, wait, we're a developer? What does that look like, and what's our risk, and what's the timeline?
Where we are right now.
Yep.
Right, and so I think we kind of recognize if that's going to be a question, that needs to be asked pretty soon. And we didn't come here prepared to answer all of that, but it sounds like it's evident to everybody here that that's going to have to happen.
Well, and again, I hate to, I don't know, beat the project up. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just wanting to make sure it don't fall.
Mm-hmm.
One of us don't drop the ball. One of us, I want all the bases covered, and I want everybody to be on the same page. I want as much information as I can get. I want to understand it as best I can. And I apologize if I don't understand it as well as maybe I should, but I believe I do, but I still have some valid concerns and some valid questions, I think, that, obviously can't be answered at this time, but until we know what that final number, that final grant from the feds is coming through, do we, not till then, it sounds like, do we know the answer to the rest of our questions?
And I will say that my understanding of that decision point is that the covered entities at that point know how much they're going to get, which may, most of that's going towards their manufacturing equipment, is my understanding. And that allows them to make more decisions. Unfortunately, what that means is that answer from the CHIPS Act flows to, it creates kind of a block for the rest of us to make other decisions, because can't ask the private bondholders to participate because they don't know, okay, I assume that their risk is a lot better if there's free money from the federal government, but it sounds like it still works out very much to the positive. And all I'm really saying is that it may not be a risk of success, but that doesn't mean it doesn't allow itself to become kind of a stumbling block along the way, because everybody's waiting on that decision to be made.
I've got two things. Ultimately, the heads on the chopping block is each and one of us. And I heard TM2 has a project regardless of Fed funded money. It just is going to make it a bigger project if the Fed funds come in. Is that correct? Because they have $500 million from the state. 600 for their development.
it was to save Greg. I know he can't answer.
Okay.
He can't say that. So just,
Okay.
conversation private.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll go back to our heads are on the chopping block. I want to make sure this works.
Right.
You made that clear to start with.
Okay.
What was that?
Just, like I say, all the questions being answered and everybody understands what their financial obligations are. And, you know, I think it's evident that Coffee County wants to see this project succeed, because we've spent millions of dollars already to see that happen, so.
Well, I guess I'd ask my fellow members, we're talking about us being a developer. Isn't the long-term goal that we just want to get this thing going? We don't want to be involved in this forever, do we, county?
Well,
I mean, I guess we've got a lot of land here on the west side that's not included in this project.
That is
So,
true.
I think that's,
What's your
we
thoughts
have
there?
this discussion, that discussion another time, not, drag these guys, stay on too much longer. But I have some thoughts on that I'd like to share with y'all, and we
Yeah.
can have another work session next Monday afternoon and talk just about that.
Okay.
Along with some other things I've got in the back of my mind, let Wade look over the task order, or, sorry, I'll probably use the wrong terminology, but what you were here for originally
Right.
today.
Yeah.
Get that weeded out.
I will say, we haven't covered that in great detail. Do you feel like this session at least covered enough for that original intended task?
Yeah, I think so, unless you, I mean, the agreement, once it's before the commissioners, then it can be explained a little more in detail. I think getting an idea of the temperature in the room and whether it's going up, going down, or whichever way. The only thing regarding the agreement, and the one thing that hasn't been mentioned, is the potential term for the consulting agreement side for that initial phase, and then what that financial structure would look like for the county, because usually that's where sticker shock is when that big bill comes in, if it's gonna be
Right.
at this certain point. And I know when we had a conversation last week, the week before, that fee structure was gonna be dependent on what tasks were gonna be
Right.
in place, and I don't know if that can be discussed now, or whether that will be within the proposed agreement, or
Yeah,
what that will look like.
Well, do we have a draft of that estimate yet?
We don't.
Okay.
But I think this work session provided a lot of clarity that we can draft up. We can
Yeah.
identify the implementation versus, the development services separately.
Yeah, so I think we can pretty quickly put together the estimate for the implementation.
Right.
I don't think that's the elephant in the room, but it's one of many tasks that has to happen along the way, so. Okay.
I don't think I have anything else. Everybody else good?
Very good discussion.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
mean,
guys have been excellent.
I think that the setting of a work session, if this was at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock and we had stuff behind it, there's just no way. It would have been pounded down the throats, and it would have went in one ear and out the other, and it would have been a train wreck.
I was able to retain a lot more of it by
Yeah.
this much time being spent.
We can take follow-up questions too. I mean, even if you think of them later, get them over to Bobby and he'll get them to us.
Sam or Charles, you got anything else you want to weigh in with, or?
I don't.
No, I just, you guys had talked about whether or not you're gonna be a developer, and, I hate to state the obvious, but as soon as you guys bought the land, you guys became developers. You were either a land, you were either a land speculator, but the problem is you've got roads and water and utilities and all that other kind of stuff, so you became developers out of the get-go. I think the biggest thing that, you've asked a lot of questions that you don't have any answers to, and you've asked a lot of questions about questions you don't know yet. And I think Burns and Matt can help you do some of those things. We had the conversation with them last week, and it quickly devolved into the fact that
we weren't all on the same page about where we were starting at, and we had that discussion of, well, wait a minute, we're asking about this PMA up here, but we've got a lot of questions down here that we haven't answered yet, and that's when we kind of backed up and said, maybe we ought to get together with everybody and have this discussion and talk about a lot of these different things, because you're going to be asked to do a lot of things down the line that we just don't have the information on yet. You know, Bobby had a conversation with us about, well, you know, you guys can negotiate these things with TM and do these different things. And it's like, well, we don't even know what we're asking them, what we're going to be offering up yet, or what we're asking them to pay for yet. And part of that needs to be developed yet, and I think this puts you further on the way of being able to develop those things. Once you start seeing all the different connections to these properties or to these entities that are coming in and what their needs are going to be, what some of those cost estimates are, you can figure out then what are we asking them to pay for, what grant money do we have, what's the county's exposure for these things, and how do we match all those things up. And that's the things that you guys are going to be doing going forward. So.
As far as me, after doing all this discussion, I'm comfortable with being a developer, if you will. I mean, it's to an extent. But my wheels started turning, and I think I got it where it can be done with some simplicity, for lack of better terminology. It's a conversation I'll probably have with Savvy and Bobby at the same time. Another work session. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Carl, you're the only one that's been quiet. You got anything to say? You might as well.
Well, like I just told him, devil's in the details of all this.
Yes, sir.
And you gotta sit down and look at all the terminology and get it set and consistent for each one of them. Because the water terminology is different than transportation terminology versus electricity, all of it.
I will say, if there's a term and you don't know what it means whatever it's defined as in a document somewhere, and it may be different on this project than it is on some other project.
So, as you go through that, pay attention to the definitions. Determine success and failure.
So I ask you, don't do a lot of
Acronyms.
This is like, I gotta go back and remember what that means.
And my point is, even if you think you know what it means, you need to read what it means on this project.
Exactly.
Yes.
It helps it.
For this
helps.
project. It's no longer universal.
Right.
No.
In a previous part of my career, we would end up in these kind of settings, and we would end up coming to meetings like this and bring our list of acronyms and hand it out, so that you all could follow along with us a little closer. So we'll keep that in mind.
No, make them use words. Don't let them use acronyms.
In case in point, I mean, we were originally solicited for project management agent. We call it program management agent. It may or may not be the same thing. It means whatever is in that list of tasks. And it may, like I said, it may be different. And there may be roles we're doing here that if you end up on another project, unless that role is defined the same, it may not be the same.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Greg, thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
All right.
Glad to be here. Hope it helps.
We need all the help we can get.
I appreciate your.
Thank you, OL.
No.
JD. Oh, my God. Enjoy that. This is about way.
I was just gonna say, I appreciated you setting the stage the way you did and explaining everything, so I think it helped immensely.
Perfect. Very good.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Be careful going home.
Yeah.
So much.
Hey, y'all.
Appreciate you guys, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all. No, I don't have any round table. It's done.
I'm good. A table is round, most of them anyway. And I don't have.
Tom's face is on this.
I got a plan.
Got a plan?
Bobby, so all the entities all had input on this layout,
They did.
and they're comfortable with this layout that's on this map.
They are.
Okay,
The big difference that's happened recently that drives the upcoming discussion the commission will have is TEM took the step of hiring a very expensive engineering and construction firm to go out and do all kinds of testing and actually do design on their buildings. And so that's why and they're the biggest footprint, and they're the ones who also are likeliest to move forward the fastest. So the discussion changed from trying to accommodate everybody to what do you need, and everything else will happen around you.
But the others going around them aren't satisfied.
Yes, sir.
With where they're at now.
TEM has hired a firm.
Yes, sir. The number 2 firm in the nation.
And maybe that cannot be disclosed, but would it not be, I mean, because we are the developer, so to speak, at this time, not advantageous for us to know who that is, maybe have Sabian or Burns and Mac have a sit down with them?
Yes, sir. Hopefully Burns and Mac can help with what you're saying, but my plan is to get you guys directly across the table from TEM. And even though we're in front of people, the team you're going to be meeting with is not the local people over at EMP Shield. It's a totally different group of people. They are the decision makers, and you are the decision makers. So you guys sitting across the table from each other, you'll be able to have real conversations.
Are we to the point we need to do that, or we need to wait till we get some other paper?
I think the way I understood it, until that final approval comes down from the feds, everybody's in limbo and everybody's hands are kind of tied.
Even if they could move forward,
To an extent.
right now, without any federal incentives, they'd be stupid to. They need to wait until they get.
See what they're gonna get.
Just build it once and build it right.
Yeah.
So that would entail Burns and Mac.
But by the same token, I mean, if they don't get the Fed money, I mean, that makes our job tougher.
That'd be realistic.
Financially tougher.
It's realistic to see it that way.
Yes.
Because they're going to be pinching pennies.
And we don't have the amount of money it would take to get them what they need.
That's right.
So.
Changes the scenario.
It will change the scenario.
Yeah. Positive attitude though. We're gonna get it.
Oh, yes, sir.
Happen. It's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Tommy.
Thank you so much.
We'll go around the room again. Wade, do you have any round table?
I'll need to go downstairs and get information on the UU property.
I was gonna say, I done forgot about that.
I don't know how.
Had much else going on.
Yeah.
Set the disclosure. It's so that it can be publicly noticed put on the agenda for the 30th, for the public hearing date.
Some of that public notice in the newspaper.
Yes.
That's what I was getting at. I need that by the end of the day.
Just an FYI. What's the end of the day for you?
Midnight?
I prefer 5 o'clock.
I
will be there way past
I thought when you say the end of the day, well, what's the end of the day?
midnight.
The end of the day.
My end of the day is adjourning here. That's my end of the day. I have, on behalf of the clerk's office, just the kind of decision you need to let this stay up.
Yeah.
Angie says we'll always have the Thanksgiving dinner the Friday before Thanksgiving. And she wants to know, that'd be the 17th, I think, of November. She wants to know if you want to do that this year. And there is a Part B, sorry, after all, I'm worn out after just listening to that. No, you have to decide. I think when you went into COVID time, started catering that and alternating between Hogman and Big B, and I think it's Big B's year.
if you want us to contact him and see if he would be interested and willing, or if you're willing to have him do it.
Are we going to do the, to go, or are we going to go to the 4-H building?
Been doing it just in the basement.
Right, but most of it's all been to go,
Then
to
come
go,
and get it, take it
come and
away.
get it. I personally like the setting of the 4-H building. People can sit down, it's more personable. It's not just, here's your food, get out of here type.
That's, that's the goal of having something like
It
that,
is.
is to get a little more of a
Family feeling.
fellowship, communication
No, that's right.
between employees.
Brad, you say that's the 17th?
Let's do return to.
We could look into seeing whether it's available and see what is it, I mean, you could go to Kelly Hall, but you're on the then 4-H works better. And that's the 17th, right? We could do that, and we can talk to Brad and see if he's willing to do that, if that's all right. Yeah, it's set, buddy. And
You're probably gonna wanna know what to have, would be my guess.
I would go with the usual.
Yeah.
Turkey and ham.
Yeah, the Hog Man said he would never again do a turkey rib smoking.
Yeah,
Took him all up, because he said it took him like 3 nights. Chicken turkey.
I don't like turkey anyway, so.
I think he'd be a ham guy, but
Brad,
I don't know, we'll just talk to him.
if Brad wants to do, I'm gonna say brisket and ham, or turkey and brisket, or turkey can go away, I'm with you there.
That's a lot of people like turkey.
That's their problem.
Yeah, I know he does turkey legs.
We could ask him to come to you with a recommendation that he thinks on what would be best, or to just make the leap and see, I don't even know if he wants to do it. I would too, I would too.
Everybody okay with going to 4-H though?
I would like to.
Yeah, that'd be great. Take the pulled pork and brisket to me first.
Yep.
And we'll see what Brad recommends if it's his turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something you can afford and something you can't afford these days.
Can't afford any of it, man. Pulled pork's still pretty cheap, if there's a reason for that. I think round table is finished, Mr. Bowie.
So if you wanna take a,
10-minute break?
yep.
I'd be glad for it. Take a 10-minute break, we'll come back at 3:36.
I'll get that to you.
Okay. All right, we're back for the last lap of the day.
Well, while I'm thinking about it, somebody had asked me about the Bailey property and if they were concerned about winterizing the pool. I got a message about that.
Oh, really? They evidently didn't watch the episodes 2 weeks ago, huh? He's coming next Monday to winterize the pool.
And that's a fellow, huh?
Yeah, Jack's pool.
Yeah, Jack's.
Yep. I have to be present to unlock the cover so he can, I got you. So he can, get into it and do what he needs to do.
The danger when I take all my stuff downstairs, and then this is what I meant to get to you earlier.
Thank you.
There you go. Thanks.
That goes with that.
Okay.
That goes with that.
Do we not put out numbers?
So what?
Do we not blurt out the numbers yet? Because we're unsure if these are
these are good numbers.
Okay.
These aren't all for the same thing, then?
Yes, they are.
For this one, didn't say anything about the irrigation, does it?
Well,
Am I correct? Like this one?
yeah, there's not,
It doesn't say anything about irrigation.
Yeah.
not the detail that you would like.
Okay, okay.
So, this is, going back to the irrigation, and, the recommendation would be to go with the Scheller's quote.
Okay.
And that quote, I don't have it in front of me.
Is
$85,481.
Yeah, which includes materials, labor. There's a listed parts list about all the parts that would be needed, and then a grid, or a map. There is, another one from an outfit out of Chanute area, which is significantly higher, and then another one from the Allen County area, which is lower, but does not have any detail to it at all whatsoever. In fact, it doesn't even mention irrigation.
Doesn't even say irrigation.
Scheller's has done other, well, that's who the county used previously. And I don't know if they're the ones that installed what was there before it was torn out, but they're the ones who came and, during the construction phase of the parking project, they ran, what do you call those things, Tom?
Just a conduit, if you will, for them to, put their pipe, whoever, put their pipe through underneath the sidewalk without having to dig underneath the sidewalk. There's a sleeve already there, just to run the new pipe through it. And it's actually marked in blue out there on the sidewalk, and in concrete that was installed where those sleeves are at.
They also, I believe, handled the fertilizing of the county the grass that doesn't exist right now around the county courthouse. They do the yearly fertilization, which is independent of this. So the county has a history and is familiar with their services, and from what I understand, has been satisfied. However, after everything got done, they needed to provide what the cost would be to the county. And if you recall, my initial impression was when the parking project was started that the irrigation system was not going to be compromised. Well, I guess as they got into it, it's 20-some years old or close to 20 years old, and it didn't end up what I would call compromised. It just its useful life had been covered, I guess would be the best way to do it. So the lines, my understanding, some were brittle, and it needs to be
not repairable.
Well,
You could have probably repaired some of it, but it would be patchwork and the likelihood of failure would be high. So I don't know, I'm not in the irrigation business, so I don't know how cold it's reasonable, but that's for you to decide. So this is the proposal. It covers, as you see, it goes back to that time, which is what I mentioned earlier, is it's still a good proposal, and I was told it is. Description of work, damaged areas after construction, so it talks about replacing everything that needs to be replaced as far as I'm aware. And having that itemized list actually is pretty helpful as well.
Yeah.
Does that have to be bonded for this?
It's under
It's
25.
under 25?
The other thing is at the very bottom, and I don't know if the county's used it before, the optional service agreement. Maybe that's something that somebody could just call and shut it down for the winter and call and open it up for the spring. Probably.
It's like $100.
Okay. So I don't know if that price fluctuates or changes. In fact, why I brought up the pool at the Bailey property is I'm curious what it costs to shut it down and what it costs to open it up.
Don't quote me on this, but I think you said 300 and maybe some mileage, but don't hold me to that.
And that's just to shut it down?
That's to shut it down, yep.
So I don't know if, in addition to the consideration, the service agreement would be something to consider, or just do that on a year-to-year basis or season-to-season basis.
They probably charge more if you don't contract it, the service agreement.
If I remember correctly, they winterized it anyway.
The original
And she
system.
probably knows, yeah. But yeah, I think they came every winter and winterized it, fired up every spring. The way I remember it anyway.
That I don't, so that I don't remember, but
No, he's right, they did.
Yeah.
they did, they just did it anyways.
Well,
They had a contract.
we would sign a little yearly contract every year, and they would come,
Take care of it,
yeah.
shutting it off and redoing it in the spring.
Was it in the same neighborhood,
$100 each year, or each time, down at the bottom. Spring starter,
Probably.
$100, fall winterization, $100.
Probably.
That's pretty reasonable.
Labor and equipment, 5,700, does that include sod?
No, this is just irrigation.
It's just irrigation?
Just irrigation only.
So, it's in your hands now.
Need a motion to approve it, I'll just make that motion to approve the bids and sellers for 85-1481.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded, been moved by Huguenin, seconded by McCurry to, accept the bid from Schellers Inc. out of Emporia, Kansas for $8,514.81 for irrigation installation.
And funds to come from, what, is courthouse
Courthouse
general?
General. General fund, courthouse general.
Yeah, general funds, courthouse general,
That place.
that place.
Do we need to do the optional agreement at the same time?
Oh, yeah, well,
Adding,
adding the fall winterization, spring startup, both.
The sellers, they're not the people that put the rock in, or put the rock and blocks in?
no. Yeah,
I'll still second.
Yes.
Okay.
That was our further discussion.
Yeah, that was further discussion. Adding the fall and the spring fee of $100 for each occurrence to start up irrigation and shut down for winterization. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion clearly passes. Do I need to sign this?
Sure. Could I give you the?
Oh,
Can I
we
get my copy back, please?
Check mark those
Do you have the copy?
$100 options.
I got it, Dave.
Oh, yeah, that was the,
Okay.
well, I don't know if any of it's original, but
Oh.
that's the one that I was using as the original.
I'm check marking both of the $100.
Their initial or something.
Yeah.
I would think.
Do we need to do something with with the grass?
Is there someone local who also does that?
I don't know who did the two corners down there at the stoplight, but it looks like they did a fantastic job there 2 years ago.
I just wanna make sure that,
To my knowledge, I don't know that anybody in Coffee County does.
I don't
but
know anybody.
I don't know anybody.
But I don't know who did that down there, but
but they can't do anything until the irrigation, so.
Right.
So
So what about the blocks around the courthouse sign at north here?
I mean, if that's something you want done, you can reach out to the same guy and see what that would take.
They was the ones that did the blocks too, right? The sod and the blocks?
To redo that, the square blocks.
Mhm.
Yeah, I looked at that at noon, that would look nice.
It would. It would clean it up nice. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, I mean, it just match everything else.
And plus it'd be easier to lay sod up against it too.
Yeah.
If it's,
We can reach out and, I was hoping to have had that conversation with him to at least get a figure before he was done, and next thing you know, he's gone. They're fishing, so. So I'm just gonna do this way. Angie, what time did you figure out what time worked?
I have emergency management at 10, but I could maybe move her. You need to fit someone there?
Well, the public hearing, so I usually pick 10, but I can pick 10:30 or something.
Well, I could move her up because I only have someone at 9:05 right now for that bond with the city of Burlington, that public hearing, which that's gonna take like 5 minutes.
Yes, that's true.
I can move her if you want and put that other 10.
how did the, Wolf Creek drill go last week?
Good.
Good.
What's the public hearing on?
I think they thought that was good.
The jail?
Nope. It's, the UU property, I'm gonna put it up here
Really?
instead of,
I think Amber was pretty
well,
pleased.
that's reason she's gonna be here next, or third o'clock, brings that date on it. I think everything did go pretty well.
Had a couple little things, but that's a good discussion too. Tom brought up a good point. I don't know about.
You said public hearing for what?
the property that the county's gonna sell.
Oh.
You do? The old you do?
You do.
In all of your years, have you been here this late?
All my years, I don't consist of about 4.5.
No, in all of your years, have you ever been here this late?
Yeah, we've had a
We were here
couple
a
of
little
them,
later here
we've had a couple of
since I've been.
approach 5 o'clock here, year and a half or 2
Well,
years.
Yeah, I guess so.
We were here right almost until 5.
Yeah, there's been at least once and maybe twice.
Since I've been on here, one time. That's on this side, I
We're not out of here yet.
One of these days it'll hit 6, so.
But I'm gonna do 2 different.
There's always recess until tomorrow.
I couldn't write fast enough to keep up with
That is
Greg, so
true.
I just tried to listen.
thought. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't hold me accountable for what I say after 5 o'clock.
You're off the clock.
I'm
man,
off
so
the
it don't
clock.
matter.
That's why we're moving fast.
We are?
Yep. May not seem like it.
There's a lot said in that 2.5 hours, whatever it was, 3.
It was.
Go for that.
We'll do it this way. Take advantage of technology.
All it works.
So, this is, sorry, that's not even right.
Disposal. Disposition. Shouldn't it be disposal? Yep.
Either way, disposition.
I like disposal.
Okay.
E.
Sounds more final means.
So,
Didn't have very good disposition.
Yeah, I know,
I think it's I'm used to disposition because I use it in the courtroom all the time, so this is the notice of public hearing for the UDO property. It references where anybody wants to find it, it's quick reference ID, R4623, what the description is, and then it's subject to this KDHE easement for access to the tanks and something else that probably, I would assume Mr. Avendroth knows about this part of it. Cannot construct, build, dig, or drill any basement, well, or other subsurface structure on or about the premises.
I wonder where that would lie.
The tanks south.
The tanks were in the southeast corner of it, wouldn't they?
Or the south
Somewhat,
of the
somewhat
building,
to the
weren't
east
they?
and north, southeast corner of the building, right there, pretty close to the building.
So he wouldn't be building on top of them, I wouldn't think.
They were pretty well out towards the street.
They're just saying you can't dig a well or put a basement in there. They don't say anything about footings.
Yep. I'm sure he's aware if he's wanting to purchase that property, but,
It says build. Footings would be build, would it not?
No, it just says construct or build a basement or.
Construct, comma, build, comma, dig or drill any basement, well, or comma, or well, or subsurface structure on or about the premise.
and where this language came from, that's part of the the deed that's filed with the
Bayou. Shall not construct, build, dig, or drill any basement, well, or other subsurface structure.
Subsurface structure.
Okay.
So he just needs to be aware of it for your purposes, and this is taken from the county appraiser's site, property details for where I referenced the quick reference ID R4623, shows Board of County Commissioners as the owner. Current final value, commercial and industrial, for 2022. The total land 9,600, building 22,930, total 32,530. For 2023, land 9,600, building 0.
Okay. And that's what you gotta get to the paper? You gotta send that to the paper?
This goes to the paper.
Yeah.
So if you see, I don't know if there's anything you see that I need to fix this section. It has sealed bids. So in essence, this is what goes to the paper outside of fixing this.
I notice you don't have anything about a resolution.
Resolution is on that day.
Oh, okay.
This is the notice so that when people come, if they want to come, they're
Okay.
put on notice what's going to happen to the property. And then after that,
Do we have to continue referencing that resolution number, or that whole resolution? Because we made the resolution, we could just reference the number?
you lost.
The last time we referenced the whole resolution, didn't we?
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe just,
There's a reference to it.
okay, there it is, I missed that part, my bad.
So,
Need a motion to publish this? There it is.
so I don't, this would probably be more
For next week? Okay. Motion to approve notice of public hearing, public hearing for the anticipated sale and disposition of property located at 2224 South 4th Street, City of Burlington. To provide for the opportunity for public comment and provide for the method of sale. Said notice is to be published at least twice within the county newspaper, October 18th, 2023, and October 25th, 2023, and posted on the county website page, with a public hearing to be scheduled on Monday, September 30th at 10 a.m. in the Coffee County Commission Chambers. I will move.
I'll second that.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
today, don't you
Hey,
think?
can you put that back up for a second?
Nope.
Sorry, thought you were done.
I'm almost done. Just a couple of words left.
But you're leaving that one portion out, right, Wade?
Yep. Oh, it says September, that should say October. Nobody caught that?
I guess I did, because I wrote October.
I know, I said September.
I think, no, I didn't. I wrote September. I looked at the wrong.
Date change, October 25th. Yep. Still moved.
Still second.
Yeah.
Everything said October except for that.
As long as it goes to the paper with the right dates on it, it's all that really matters, I guess.
Okay, I'm good, wait. I just need to double check.
Did that end today?
Yeah. Gonna have a lot more work sessions like that, I'm sure. But it's very beneficial to have all those people in the same room, and when one doesn't have the answer or needs to tap in and bring somebody else in, that's the goal. We've had several meetings with, I assume, with a number of different people involved, and only one have we had that I've been a part of that we've had all of the people who have the answers to all of the questions, or at least can point you in the right direction. And that was probably the most beneficial meeting that I had been in, because the ones where you only had 3 or 4 people, too many people did not know or have any answers. So Burns and Mac, and they're gonna provide, if you decide to sign their agreement once it's presented, and that was one of the questions early on, where did they come from, and the county didn't have a say in them being hired. Well, that was intentional, and part of the reason for what you saw earlier, if you didn't pick up on it, is for them to explain how the county needs to come to the table and help as part of that process as well. And, they will provide a vital service in this project moving forward, especially as you heard all the different things that need to occur, probably simultaneously with what also is going on in the background with the covered entities. Because phase 1 is for the county to figure out how to develop and provide that infrastructure. So,
And with the way you gathered it in your conversation, I mean, until we know that federal money, if you will, from the Department of Commerce is coming to the covered entities, we can't get most of our questions answered. Because the way I understood it, once we know that that's coming in, you can go to the state, Kansas Department of Commerce and say, okay, we need that 300 million or whatever, we need 150 or whatever it is to get the infrastructure in for this all to be a go. Right? That's the way I took it out of the conversation. At least it's a better answer than the one we got before, which was, I don't know.
but even before then, signing an agreement with Burns and Mac to figure out what the layered responsibilities are and what that infrastructure request would look like, the county ends up sitting in the seat of the developer, because if you wait and don't do it now before the money comes in, as soon as the money comes in from the federal government, you're live, and apparently. And it may end up being that way anyways. So the sooner you initiate that part of the process and they get something in front of you to say, here's what all the,
But their first thing that they would do would be implementing procedures to the different entities to make sure that everybody's on board. Is that correct? I mean, that's what I gathered from it. I'm sorry.
I think figuring out what those anticipated infrastructure layers will be, and then presenting those to each of the entities and coming up with the agreement, okay, this is what's gonna happen here, so they mentioned water. That's something you're willing to absorb once this comes in, and, signing the agreements that make that happen. I mean, I think that's probably highly simplifies, but in essence, so that they are consultants for the county at this stage, and then later on down the road, potentially something else, but, so, a lot of information though.
Yep.
Wow.
It was really important.
You can ask
I
Brad
didn't
for
get
a
it all, but
summary.
Who?
Brad. He said, he listened to it all, he can probably give a good summary.
I think you probably could,
He was eating it up, it looked like.
Nobody else has anything else?
I have just a couple little
No,
things.
sorry.
If you don't mind. So Brad talked to you about Thanksgiving dinner, having worked me on, so we'll take care of that. And then, usually, or every year when you guys go to KAC, there's a certification of voting delegates. So I know we scheduled, I think, 2 rooms for KAC this year. You guys asked me to schedule, and we can cancel if nobody ends up going. But if you do end up going and you want to be able to vote, I have to have this delegation form filled out and back to them by Friday, November 17th. So I guess we don't have to make a decision today, but think about it. If you're seriously going to go, or if none of you are seriously going to go at all, then we won't have to worry about it. But I'll keep this form, and I've got a note in our to-do list.
Move it
We'll
up
have
to the
that.
top.
I could do that.
I seen that on the to-do list, and I'm seriously probably not going.
Okay,
And I probably won't either.
okay.
So,
So the last 3 of you, and then if you're sure you aren't going, I'll cancel the room so we don't get charged.
and it was when is the?
December
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
5th and 7th.
And it's
5th
where?
through the 7th in Wichita, Kansas.
Okay. I'll try to get my mind made up.
Okay. So we have a little
you
time.
take your spouse as long as you pay for her part of it. I believe I've seen, just FYI.
Oh, yeah,
I've
no.
seen commissioners.
Well, I have to turn this in before November 17th, so probably that Monday I would need to know, because you won't meet again before that Friday.
Okay.
So, you've got about a month to get it figured out. And,
Just hold off I mean, I'll know a little more later on.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, but I'm just giving you food for thought now, so
Yeah.
that you can think about it.
Okay.
And,
I got excuse me. I got a meeting that Wednesday, so you better take me off of it, I suppose.
okay, so we're down to you possibly. You're now?
I'm probably out.
Okay, so it's just you two. Okay, so I'll just pound you two later on.
All right.
See what
It's really good, it's really good for the new guys, I will say the new guys. I was new and went up to it, and I think Dawn was up there with me, I think.
I've been there 3 or 4 times.
And
in 6 years.
it's really good to go and visit with the other people, the other commissioners.
That's where you get the biggest value.
Yeah,
Well, I know
and the people,
I know
road and bridge people.
When we went to Hayes, I really enjoyed that. because you
Yeah,
got to visit.
it was good.
It was good.
Some of the stuff you sit through is kind of like devotional type deal. You know, some of the speakers are, okay. Some are after you eat lunches, you hear a little snoring going on. But, it all depends on how they keep your attention. but
Yeah.
unfortunately, mine was during COVID or shortly after COVID, I think it was, and it was all about COVID, so. But, so anyway, I think it was after COVID, but. Okay.
And so then, that's all I had on that. I have RSVP'd you to that Emporia Community Foundation dinner, those of you that said you would maybe go, so that's done, so. And that's all I have.
Okay. One last time, Mr. Bowie,
No, I'm done.
you're good? He wanted to say that.
Should do a 30-minute executive session.
Let's go ahead and hit 5 o'clock. That being said, we'll adjourn at 4:14.
Ta-da.
Good meeting.
Yeah,
That was a good meeting.
it was.